Chapter 752. In fact, after the lesson ended, 18 no longer had the power to command Taisetsu. There was no hierarchy between Black Soul envoys. All Black Soul envoys were under the management of Yui. Between them, there was at most a relationship between a senior and a junior. What's more, Taisetsu was a Black Soul who wielded the Zhanlu sword, so 18 naturally wouldn't treat him as an ordinary Black Soul envoy. No, don't. This is my own business. Regarding Taisetsu's friendliness, 18 indifferently refused. Also, I remember that you should have gone to find Master, right? Why are you here? I encountered some magical things and was delayed for a long time. Taisetsu shrugged. In addition, my boss gave me half a day off. Half a day off? 18 was slightly surprised under the face covered by the black fog. For a while, she couldn't guess whether this so-called holiday was the same as the kind of holiday she knew. It was just that Black Soul envoys were strictly speaking independent individuals. Except for the fact that they looked for a patron from the club, the entire group of Black Soul envoys could be described as sweeping the snow in front of their door. In the past, when there were many Black Soul envoys, there were many examples of Black Soul envoys who didn't exchange a word before they died. Is that so? Then you should cherish it. 18 nodded. Yeah, so I prepared some things. Taisetsu smiled and then glanced at the bag in his hand. 18 took a look and found that there were some ingredients inside. She shook her head. Black Soul envoys didn't need food to survive. In her opinion, Taisetsu was wasting time. Do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't disturb you. Understood. Taisetsu nodded. At this time, he felt a little anxious to return home, so he naturally didn't pay too much attention to what 18 wanted to do. He greeted 18, and a twisted vortex appeared behind him. Taisetsu walked into the vortex, step by step. 18 watched quietly. She could clearly feel what was going on with this twisted vortex. This was the power of the new boss. It might be a one-time one-way transmission, or it might be a one-time two-way transmission. But it was enough for 18 to experience a lot of things. She couldn't help but have this thought. So it's because she's under the new boss's direct line that she's being specially taken care of. And that idiot Taiyenzi too. Oh, right, this is for you. Just as he was about to enter the whirlpool, Taisetsu suddenly stopped, reached into the bag, and then threw something towards 18. She subconsciously took it and glanced at it. Surprised, she asked, "What is this?" "Little cake," Taisetsu answered casually. 18 said indifferently, "I know. I asked you, why did you give me this thing? Black Soul doesn't need to eat." Taisetsu waved his hand. His figure slowly disappeared into the whirlpool, and the twisting whirlpool also disappeared quickly. Only Taisetsu's voice could be heard at the end. "Didn't you say it was your birthday when you and Bamboo were in the park last time? Actually, I don't know if it is or not, but we are colleagues. I don't know when your birthday is, so let's just treat it as that day. It's okay to treat you to a piece of cake. Just treat it as building a good relationship. After all, we all work for the boss. Furthermore, I only just remembered this matter, so you..." 18 didn't hear what he said after that because the whirlpool had disappeared. She looked at the small package of cake in her hand. Whether it was before or after she became a Black Soul envoy, it was the first time she received something so insincere. The Black Soul on 18's face kept rolling, as if it was indicating that her expression was gloomy and uncertain at the moment. Finally, she raised her hand and threw the small cake out, snorting coldly, "Boring!" However, the small cake fell downstairs. The moment it was about to land on the street, it suddenly rose up, reversing its original path, and finally fell into 18's hand again. "Seeing that you are the successor of Zhanlu's sword, don't say that I am unreasonable in the future." 18's voice seemed to be very unhappy, but in the end, she still put the thing into her black robe. Loosening the scarf around his neck, the handsome young man walked out of the twisting whirlpool and came to the door of a unit in a semi-new, Western-style building. The young man took a deep breath and tidied up his clothes. At the same time, his youthful appearance began to mature and gradually took shape. He had already grown up to be more than 10 years old. He knocked on the door, gently. "Who is it? Please wait a minute." A woman's voice came from the house. He said loudly, "Sister Lin, it's me, Ganjing. I bought groceries. Let me cook for you." Zixing observed the Shinryu saintess in Zixing land. After she carefully described her experience in Yanlua, she still had the matter of finding the animal skin map in Nagato's house. Because the other party was the Shinryu saintess, Zixing naturally wouldn't look at her as if she was an ordinary little girl. However, can this Shinryu saintess solve some of her doubts? Well, according to what you said, Izanaji and Izanami actually appeared in Yen Wuiwa world. Long Shirua touched her chin with one hand, seemingly lost in thought. Zixing didn't say anything to disturb her. Long Shirua slowly said, "These two guys were the gods of incense in Fusang Island in the beginning. They can be regarded as the incarnation of the indigenous people of Fusang Island. They aren't particularly strong, but they aren't necessarily weak either. If the two join forces, they are somewhat threatening. But if everything you said is true, then I have some speculations about the disappearance of the gods in Fusang country and the decline of Shinto." "What do you mean?" Zixing frowned. Long Shirua said indifferently, "You should know that the rules of heaven and earth reject all transcendence now, right? The more powerful the transcendence, the more they will be suppressed." Zixing said with a solemn expression, "The age of Dharma, yes and no." Long Shirua shook her head. "To be precise, this is an instinctive struggle of the world, because the existence of the transcendence has always been devouring the resources of the Lord's world, facing the plunderers who wouldn't resist. There are many god systems in the Lord's world, but they have all disappeared in the long river of history. The most famous one is the twilight of the gods of all living beings in the Western system. According to the saintess, could it be that the twilight of the gods is driven by the will of the Lord's world?" Zixing opened her mouth in surprise. "I'm just speculating." Long Shirua shook her head. "However, different god systems have disappeared or fallen one after another. Even the door of my Kelowna underworld is tightly closed. Now that the demon clan is also in a state of ruin, they have to rely on the luck of the people to survive. Are there many things that are unrelated? I don't think so." Speaking of this, Long Shirua suddenly looked at Zixing. There must be a decline in prosperity. No matter what, even if they have cultivated the so-called divine body, as long as they have not transcended, they can't escape the 5 decay of the heavens. Some people don't want to die in a real sense, so they can only exhaust all means to completely separate themselves from the Lord's world as much as possible in order to be safe in a corner. But after all, these guys have plundered countless resources from the Lord's world in the beginning, and have long been branded with the Lord's world. Now, it's easier said than done to truly cut them off. Your Highness the Saintess is saying that Izanami's Yenwiwa world is to cut off the connection with the Lord's world. Zixing came to a realization. Logically speaking, it should be so. Long Shirwa was puzzled. But if this is the plan, why did they open it again and suck you in? The cinema. Behind this, could it be that someone is secretly pushing it? Your Highness the Saintess, do you know if there are any people who have successfully transcended in the Lord's world? Zixing suddenly asked. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. Long Shirwa shook her head again. Shinryu is completely tied to the Lord's world because of his origin from Kelowna's dragon vein. There is no possibility of separation at all. Once Kelowna's dragon vein leaves the Lord's world, it will die out. If there is a place where the transcendents gather, how can I go there? Her voice was gradually becoming deeper and deeper. Zixing heard the great helplessness in these words, and immediately fell silent. There were also vague records of the Greedy Wolf clan. It was not the first time she heard about it, but her heart was heavy. Legend has it that Penglai can make people become immortals and transcend heaven and earth. Zixing looked at her coldly. It is also said that the first Shinryu of Kelowna came from Penglai. I know what you want to ask. Long Shura frowned. But I advise you to give up this idea. To tell you the truth, the origin of the first Shinryu is also blank in the inheritance of the Shinryu. The so-called first Shinryu came from Penglai. Is it true or not? Even if it is me, this Shinryu's family don't tell outsiders. She changed her posture and seemed to be more comfortable. She looked at Zixing again and said slowly, many years ago, there was a very talented and ambitious greedy wolf star in the greedy wolf clan. He wanted to know this secret, so he found the Shinryu of the same generation. After that battle, I believe you know what happened to the greedy wolf star, right? I think it is impossible for this part not to be recorded in the inheritance. However, Zixing did not give up and said, But Your Highness Saintess, can you only watch the demon race be worn down by heaven and earth and finally disappear completely? I can't do anything. Long Shura sighed. If this is the case, then we can only follow the will of the heavens. Now that the human path is prosperous, the fate that the demon race borrows from the human path can still allow the demon race to survive for a long time. As for whether there will be a solution in the future, no one can say for sure. So, you don't have to worry too much. Who knows what will happen in the future? It is said that the peak of Mount Tai was once the place where Penglai appeared for the last time. Zixing took a deep breath. Your Highness Saintess, for countless years, the cultivators of Kelowna and the ancient lineage of the demon race have held a memorial ceremony on Mount Tai every 10 years. Do you think is it in vain? Long Shura was silent for a long time, looking at the young master of the greedy wolf clan who was still very young to her. She finally said softly, The mountain is not high, but it is famous when there is an immortal. The water is not deep, but it is spiritual when there is a dragon. Your Highness Saintess? Zixing seemed to be enlightened, but she couldn't grasp anything in a flash. You can go out, I'm a little tired. Long Shura shook her head. There is a place for food at the back, and there is also a kitchen. If you are hungry, you can make some food yourself. Madame Zixing knew that this true dragon saintess had said so much today, which was already extremely rare. Now that the other party had asked her to leave, she had a proud personality and did not intend to continue to pester her. She directly bowed and slowly retreated. Long Shura looked at the closed door, but suddenly muttered, Everyone says that Penglai is good, but who knows that the immortals are suffering? She shook her head, sighed, glanced at the folded A4 paper, and immediately cursed, F***, how can I find it? When Long Shura really planned to light another cigarette to calm down, there was suddenly a knock on the door outside. Who is it? She muttered impatiently and said in an unfriendly tone, Come in. The person who pushed the door and came in was Juefeng, who was looking around. Seeing Juefeng come in, Long Shura was taken aback. Of course, Juefeng was also taken aback. He originally thought that Lord Long was here, but he didn't expect to see little Lord Long. About little Lord Long, he had heard Mo. Xiaofei mention it. He had also seen him once or twice, but they didn't talk much. Juefeng, why are you looking for me? Long Shura asked subconsciously. I'm not. I'm here to find Lord Long. She is not here. Then I won't disturb you. Juefeng said and wanted to leave in a hurry. Long Shura hurriedly shouted, Wait, if you want to find her, you can tell me. Before she left, she told me to pay more attention to your matter. Say it. About your matter. Juefeng didn't know who she was referring to, but since she said so, Juefeng still stopped. Here's the thing, little Lord Long. Juefeng came forward, and after thinking for a while, suddenly asked, I was going to ask Lord Long for some knowledge about ancient stars. Long Shura was stunned and said subconsciously, Knowledge about ancient stars? Why do you want to learn this? This system is very complicated, without hundreds of years of immersion. Don't even think about getting started. Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Laying a good foundation is the way to go. Why don't you cultivate your demonic energy first? You seem to be so young. Juefeng moved his lips, as if he wanted to refute something, but he seemed to have some misgivings and finally nodded. Okay, I understand. Long Shirua sighed, but suddenly thought of something and stood up from the chair, stared at Juefeng, and asked, Wait, why do you suddenly want to learn about ancient stars? Who told you? I heard about it. Juefeng hesitated for a moment, and suddenly felt that he was a little lacking in thinking. Long Shirua stared at Juefeng for a while, and then narrowed her eyes, as if she wanted to see through Juefeng. Then she frowned, and a trace of disbelief flashed to her eyes, and then she fell silent. That little Lord Long? Juefeng, right? Long Shirua sat down. From today onwards, you and Mo Xiaofei will go to the underground training ground of the hospital for training. Huh? Also, from now on, you need to keep a distance from Zixing. Long Shirua stared at Juefeng very seriously and said sternly, Don't go crazy! Chapter 753. When Juefeng heard that he could stay in the hospital's underground training ground to train with Mo Xiaofei, he was naturally very happy. It was true that he had activated the Greedy Wolf Star, but no one had ever told him the origin of the Greedy Wolf Star. Although he felt that the origin of this Greedy Wolf Star was very extraordinary, compared to getting the guidance of Kelowna Shinryu, it was hard to say which side was better. After all, he was young. He grew up listening to various legends of Kelowna Shinryu. Naturally, he was more inclined to get the personal guidance of Kelowna Shinryu. However, for this little Lord Long directly pointed out that he couldn't get too close to Purple Star. Juefeng was unhappy in his heart. A kind of pride hidden in his body made Juefeng feel very depressed, which suddenly diluted his expectation of getting the guidance of Shinryu. As if seeing through Juefeng's mind, Long Shirua said indifferently at this time, Don't be dissatisfied with me forbidding you to contact the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan. The inheritance of the Greedy Wolf clan can be traced back to ancient times. This clan belongs to the core ancient bloodline among the demon bloodlines. The young master of the Greedy Wolf clan has the highest status in the clan. As for you, Long Shirua narrowed her eyes and said in a playful tone, And you, to put it bluntly, are just a wandering little demon. Whether it is identity, status, or even strength, do you think you can compare to the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan? Juefeng quietly clenched his fists. He felt that if his Greedy Wolf Star inheritance was exposed, Long Shirua said coldly, I know that you have some secrets. You may think that they can get you out of this predicament, but the Wolf clan is arrogant. Only when you are really strong can you truly conquer the Wolf clan, especially the Greedy Wolf clan. If you can only rely on some foreign objects and not yourself to convince the Wolf clan now, is it useful? Juefeng was stunned. Long, she finally said lightly, no matter how high one's status is, it is not as practical as one's own strength. What was in the future was still in the future. The present was the most important. The cultivators of Kelowna were seizing every moment, and the demons were the same. Your potential isn't bad, but potential is just potential. Before your potential becomes your own ability, you'd better behave yourself. Juefeng loosened his clenched fists after hearing that. He suddenly remembered that Madame Purple Star had given him a jade pendant, saying that if he encountered any difficulties in the future, he could use it to enter the plateau and obtain the protection of the Greedy Wolf clan. He felt that what Lord Xiaolong said was right. One day, he would be able to appear in front of Purple Star in a truly powerful manner, and not be hindered by the so-called inheritance or identity. That was what he wanted. I understand. Juefeng took a deep breath, then said goodbye to Long Shirua, saying that he planned to go home and pack up. After that, he would directly live in the underground training ground. If his cultivation didn't bear any results, he would swear that he would never come out. Looking at Juefeng's firm eyes, Long Shirua raised her hand to interrupt and say something, but in the end, she didn't stop him. Watching Juefeng finally push open the door and leave, and after respectfully closing the door, she weakly put down her hand. I didn't ask you to live here. Forget it. It's better to have this guy under my nose than wandering outside, Long Shiro muttered to herself. Why did Juefeng's greedy wolf star suddenly open? Strange. They were eating hot pot. Ren Xiling ordered a table full of beef and mutton, like a hungry ghost who had just been reincarnated. She said that she wanted to eat hot pot, so of course it was more down to earth to eat like this. Of course, Li Zi had a better appetite, but she ate much more elegantly, although she didn't stop and kept stuffing food into her mouth. The hot pot restaurant wasn't a high-class place, so it was noisy and full of people. White smoke curled up from the tables, and people's voices were endless, like a downtown market. Luochio hadn't eaten with Li Zi at the table for a while. The last time they met should be before the Golden Week. That time, it was to welcome Lu Yiyun, who came to study in the remote seaside village, to welcome her. Li Zi suddenly stopped eating halfway, as if she thought of something. She took out 3 beautifully wrapped gifts from her backpack separately, and sent them to Luochio, Yu Yi, and Ren Xiling. Her reason was very simple, just for the occasion. Ren Xiling probably didn't expect to receive Li Zi's gift in this place and at this time. When she was about to put a piece of beef into her mouth, she quickly stopped, wiped her mouth, and opened the gift curiously on the spot. It was a necklace, and the pendant was a small crystal in the shape of a water droplet. It looked like a crystal, but it seemed to be a diamond. Ren Xiling certainly didn't think that Li Zi could afford a diamond with her low salary. Her salary was probably not enough for her daily meals. But when she touched the pendant, there was a cool feeling which made her quite comfortable. Especially in this hot pot restaurant, the air was turbid and stuffy, so the comfortable feeling suddenly expanded a lot. It was probably not an ordinary one. Ren Xiling thought that she was well informed, but she couldn't tell what it was. She couldn't help marveling. Luochio's and Yu Ye's gifts were all made of the same water droplet crystal. Yu Ye's gift was a small bracelet. As for Luochio's gift, it was a pocket watch inlaid with water droplets. Li Zi, these gifts are not cheap, right? These things were obviously not cheap, so Ren Xiling didn't dare to accept them. Li Zi was her assistant, and she just took care of her to help her. She didn't intend to ask for anything. Besides, Li Zi had been with her for half a year, and they had a deep relationship, so she was more reluctant to let her spend money. These things, in fact, they're not valuable. Li Zi smiled and started to move her chopsticks again. I dug them up in my hometown. When I was a child, I went to the mountain, and there were many of them. I dug a big one before, but then I gave the biggest one away. Ren Xiling was stunned. Obviously, she was not satisfied with this explanation. The water droplet crystal pendant was like jade, but it was as round as jade and had a diamond-like luster. She became more curious and looked at Luochio. And Yu Yi, do you know what this is? Miss Maid shook her head and said that she didn't know, but she was very grateful for Li Zi's gift. Luochio knew what it was, but she shook her head. Where is your hometown? Why are there so many strange things? Ren Xiling liked this necklace very much. When she was choosing the sauce, she mixed it with too spicy, so her body was boiling. At this time, when she held the necklace, the burning feeling subsided a lot. She felt more and more magical about this thing. Besides, it was the magic medicine that made Ma Haod, who was in his twilight years, directly start the second spring and succeed in making a baby. Well, it's just a small village in the north. Li Zi said casually, there's nothing special except that it often snows. Ren Xiling recalled that Li Zi's resume mentioned the place where she came from. It was indeed a small city in the northeast, but she always felt that it was not the real place where Li Zi was born. But Li Zi seemed to be unwilling to talk more about the specific place, so Ren Xiling didn't continue to ask. They were at the dinner table, and the diners were relatives and friends, not the interviewees in the workplace. She could always distinguish between business and private affairs. Take me there to have fun if you have the chance. Ren Xiling said with some yearning. I have never seen heavy snow in my life. Oh, it can't be, right? Li Zi replied curiously. Luochio suddenly said, She is afraid of the cold, very afraid of the cold. In winter, she can hide in the quilt all day without going to work, even without eating. Afraid of the cold. Li Zi said thoughtfully, I see. Ren Xiling glared at Luochio with dissatisfaction and turned into Aunt Ren in an instant. So what if I have never seen snow? You have seen it before. The furthest people have been back to their hometown. Alas, other people's sons are so good. They invited their mothers to travel to Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, the 3 provinces in the Northeast and Europe. Did you do that? No. Luochio just smiled. This was the way he got along with Ren Xiling for many years. Facing Ren Xiling's dissatisfaction and self-blame, Luochio just calmly put a piece of beef in Ren Xiling's bowl. Ren Xiling clicked her tongue and started to eat. The next time, they chatted casually and quietly. There were 4 seats at the table, but 3 of them were not ordinary people. However, nothing out of the ordinary happened. It was not necessary for something unusual to happen. In fact, being able to get together harmoniously and have a good meal was already an unusual thing in a busy life. The time to get together was naturally precious. When it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, Ren Xiling paid the bill and suggested that they go to the central square. There was a stage set up there with some stars and activities. It was quite lively. The road to the central square was not far, but it was crowded with men and women. Not long after, Ren Xiling and Luochio were separated. Several police cars sped past, and the sound of sirens sounded all the way, which made people look sideways. They didn't know what happened on this peaceful night that made these police officers so anxious. Lu Zixing looked at these disappearing police cars, but he didn't think too much. Since seeing his wife at the tea house, he wandered alone on the street. He suddenly felt that he had no place to go, no place to stay. He suddenly remembered what happened when he was studying abroad. At that time, many of his classmates were from China. Before the holidays, some of them were always unhappy. He remembered that there was a student in his class who worked part-time and had good grades. The professor at the school had arranged a future job for him, but he refused and said that he planned to return to China after graduation. He said that people had roots after all. Where there was home, there would be roots. His roots were his home, and his home was in his motherland. At that time, Lu Zixing didn't think much of these words. Where there was home, there would be roots. After working hard abroad, he would bring his parents over in the future. Naturally, he would have a home, and the conditions would be even better, right? Roots and home. Which one came before the other, Lu Zixing couldn't figure it out. He felt as if he had walked into a dead end. There was no road in front, and there were towering walls on both sides. The only exit was behind him, but he didn't dare to go back. He could only stay where he was. Lu Zixing suddenly felt a little dizzy, and the wound in his ear became more and more painful. It was as if he was being burned. There were 2 more police cars in front of him, but Lu Zixing didn't care. He sat alone on the bench at the bus stop for more than an hour. In front of the bus stop, many people were waiting for the bus to arrive. Some people made it and got on the bus. Some people didn't make it and could only wait for the next bus. Some people directly got on the wrong bus and regretted it. Life was probably like this. On the bus, waiting for a suitable bus. But in the end, there would still be a time when you get on the wrong bus. My bus, where is it? His eyes gradually couldn't see the surroundings. He just focused on the 1 yuan coin lying quietly in his palm. All of a sudden, Lu Zixing took a deep breath and tossed the coin into the air again. He guessed heads. In the end, he was given the wrong answer. This was already the 61st time. He didn't know how long his bad luck would last. He could only repeatedly verify it by tossing the coin again and again. Although he knew that it had only been 2 days since the end of the strong luck, it would definitely not be a short period of time when his luck returned. Shaking his head, Lu Zixing sighed. When he was about to leave, his body was hit by a person who was rushing to get on the bus. Lu Zixing was startled. He didn't pay attention for a moment, and the coin in his hand was knocked to the ground. The The round 1 yuan coin fell to the ground and rolled away like a wheel. Lu Zixing suddenly felt fear, as if his life had been knocked away. He almost didn't think about it and quickly caught up with the coin that was far away. It didn't roll far, nor did it roll under the manhole cover of the sewer. It was very short and soon stopped. Lu Zixing quickly picked it up and held it in his hand. Only then did he instinctively breathe a sigh of relief. However, there was a strong light in front of him. Lu Zixing looked around blankly. He was in the middle of the road at the moment, and a car was speeding toward him. The headlights were too bright and dazzling, making him feel as if he had walked into a pure white world. He didn't hear any exclamations because there were too many vehicles around. The sound of the horn was enough to cover everything. Chapter 754. There was an ear-piercing sound of brakes. On the road, 2 black marks were drawn by the sudden stop of the car. When the driver ran out of the car in horror, his face was pale. Fortunately, he had been making an emergency stop, and the car behind him was also in an emergency stop. Therefore, there was no car accident on the road. But the drivers who were forced to stop naturally scolded him. But the driver obviously didn't care about being scolded. He just hurriedly ran to the front of his car and looked at the man who had fallen in front of his car. Because there was a bus stop next to them, many people were watching. A man fell in front of the car, and the driver looked panicked. It was easy for people to think of something. The driver hurriedly explained, I didn't hit this person. He suddenly fell to the ground. I didn't. I stopped. But the man didn't wake up. The driver was worried and couldn't care about anything else. He hurriedly helped the man up and shook him a few times, but the man didn't feel anything. It didn't look like a scam. The driver gritted his teeth and quickly took out his phone. At this time, he could only choose to call the police or the ambulance for help. The ambulance arrived faster than the traffic police car. The suspected driver quickly explained the situation to the medical staff. After the medical staff in the ambulance confirmed that the man was really unconscious, the driver became more anxious. He clearly didn't hit anyone, but the person fell down. If it wasn't because he was scared, if this guy was a coward and was scared to death in the end, then the driver wouldn't be able to explain himself. Later, the traffic police came and hurriedly understood the situation. After 2 of them checked the nearby surveillance cameras, they finally confirmed that the driver wasn't lying. But the patient was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Whether there was anything wrong with him or not, they still had to wait for the doctor's diagnosis to make a conclusion. Officer, I really didn't hurt this person. You have to believe me. The driver's face was pale. Now, he had followed the group to the hospital. You didn't hit him, but you were speeding, weren't you? The traffic police stared at him. This is the hospital. Be quiet. Wait for the doctor to come out and see the results. As the unlucky driver waited anxiously, the doctor from the emergency room finally came out. Officer, this gentleman doesn't have any injuries on his body. The reason why he suddenly fainted was because his wound was infected with tetanus. That's why he suddenly fainted. Tetanus. The traffic policeman was stunned. The doctor frowned and nodded. I don't know why that person's ear was cruelly cut off, but after cutting it off, he didn't treat the wound properly. Now he's infected with tetanus. If not for the timely delivery, I'm afraid that even the gods would not be able to save her life. Cut off the ear. The traffic policeman frowned when he heard that. He was trying to guess what kind of situation would cause someone to cut off the ear. Was it because of revenge, or was it because of something else? However, this kind of practice of cutting off the ears was a bit like something that some extreme gangsters would do. The traffic police knew that this matter was a little out of his scope of responsibility, so he directly reported it to the higher-ups. But the driver didn't care about this. He was afraid that something would happen to the man. Doctor, then can the person inside recover? He was sent here in time. His life is saved. The doctor sighed. Obviously, the rescue was very urgent, so his spirit had been tense. Well, see if you can contact his family. Let's go through the admission procedures for him first. The driver thought for a moment. He knew some of the rigid rules and unreasonable places in the hospital. At this time, he was afraid of delaying the treatment. If something happened in the future, the man's family would blame him. It would be endless. He had to clench his teeth and say, "How about this? I'll help him with the admission procedures now. And this traffic policeman, you saw it too. Do you want to help?" Okay. The traffic policeman thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. They found a wallet from the patient's belongings with this person's ID card, Lou Zixing. When everything was done, the driver sat down tiredly and called his family. "AI, I don't want to. I don't know if I'm unlucky or that guy is unlucky. You said that he shouldn't run around when he's injured. Now he has tetanus and almost died. He even harmed others. I won't talk about it. The traffic policeman is here." "Traffic policeman, how is it? Have you contacted his family?" The traffic policeman had a strange look at this time. At the same time, he was a little angry. "We found them, but they didn't come. When they heard that there was no danger to his life, they didn't ask anymore. But they asked someone to send some money over. They said it was for treatment. They were so kind. And it was a mother. I've never seen such a mother. Then, what should I do?" The driver hurriedly said, "Well, why don't you go back first? I think there's nothing else. The statement has been written. Keep your phone connected these few days. Just make sure we can find you." The traffic policeman thought for a while and felt that the driver was not a big problem. There was no use in keeping him. The driver thought for a moment and felt that it was still not safe. He clenched his teeth and said, "How about this? I'll wait here for him to wake up. What if his family investigates in the future? No one can be sure about this. At least let him wake up and make it clear in front of me that it's his own problem. I didn't hit him, nor did I scare him." "Okay," the traffic policeman agreed. In fact, he just reported this matter. He actually intended to transfer it to the police station, but he didn't know what happened tonight. The police in the city were mobilized. It was said that they had to work overtime temporarily to catch a dangerous murderer. He was notified that even the traffic police department was mobilized. "I have something to do. Why don't you stay here? If this person wakes up, you can inform me. This is my contact information." The traffic policeman wrote down a phone number. "Before his family sent him here, I took him to the hospital. Don't worry." The driver nodded and could only admit that he was unlucky. After the traffic policeman left, the driver casually bought some food and then stayed in front of Lou Zixing's bed. He thought that he would know when this guy woke up. He looked at Lou Zixing's unconscious appearance and glanced at the bandage on his ear. He frowned. The driver, Lou Zixing, had smooth skin. He didn't look like a person who did heavy work. How did he end up like this? As he thought about it, he sat on the folding chair. He slowly felt sleepy and closed his eyes. Wang Yuechuan finally took a look at the documents on the computer screen and pulled out the USB flash drive directly. He did not destroy the USB flash drive according to 18's instructions. Instead, he removed the hard disk of the computer in this room and prepared to take it away. Wang Yuechuan glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock, but since 18 left, he didn't think about the phone number she gave him. Without the next instruction, Wang Yuechuan didn't know what to do next. When he was about to sort out what happened today, he suddenly heard the siren of a police car coming from outside. Wang Yuechuan hurriedly leaned against the window and looked down from it. He saw that 2 police cars had stopped downstairs at this moment. Several police officers got out of the car early and were looking up. Wang Yuechuan frowned. He believed in the efficiency of the police, but at this moment he felt that the guys downstairs were too efficient. Maybe someone leaked his whereabouts. Was it 18? Wang Yuechuan didn't have time to think about it. At first, he escaped before receiving this task because he had no choice but to not leak the Book of the Dead. Now he couldn't be caught because he wanted to complete the confidential task that he didn't know the specific content of. Wang Yuechuan glanced downstairs again. At this time, another police car came. Mahoud's car. This old horse was not an easy person to deal with. Although Wang Yuechuan didn't agree with Mahoud's style of doing things, he had to admit that this old horse was indeed powerful. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Wang Yuechuan's body tightened, but he heard someone outside say, "Guest, please open the door." The police outside said that they were going to check the fire, but it's okay. Our boss is familiar with them. It will be fine soon. Did you find the person who provided the clue? Ma Haud glanced at the entrance of Lanling residence in front of him and directly asked Lin Feng next to him. Lin Feng shook his head. They used a public phone, so they couldn't find the person. Ma Haud patted his head. It's strange. Wang Yuechuan just left, and someone provided the clue. It's like it was arranged. Hearing you say that, Li Feng also muttered, but Sir Ma, this leader's leader, said that he could even be killed if necessary. Can you put on a show like this? Besides, Sir Ma, do you think that Wang Yuechuan offended the leader? He actually gave such an order. When this brat came here, he was alone. Moreover, he has only been here for a few days and has been acting mysteriously. Who knows what he has done in secret? Ma Haud shook his head. But since we received the order from above, we should act according to the instructions. With that, Ma Haud walked into Lanling residence. You guys keep a close watch. Search every nook and cranny. Before I call for a retreat, don't let anyone leave this place. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Hurry up and take your people away. A drunk young man walked out with a scantily clad woman in his arms. He shouted with a face full of displeasure, "Let me tell you, I'm very familiar with your bureau chief." Ma Haud waved his hand. Who can wake this guy up? If you can't, take off his clothes and throw him out to dry. Wait, you, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? I am. Let me go. Let me go. My uncle is the city's Judge Wu. Let me go. Looking at the guy who was caught and taken away, Mahoud rolled his eyes. With a look of concern for a level 10 handicapped person, he said, "The 18 Metropolis has been here for so long. How can there be such a retard?" Lin Feng kept saying yes. He didn't dare to say it. If it was someone else, they would usually give face. Only you, the old man, didn't take it seriously. Reporting. All the rooms have been searched. No one was found. Reporting. No one came in from the back door. Not long after, the policeman came to Mahoud and reported the results of the search. Mahoud was now guarding the lobby. The more he listened, the more he frowned. No one? Can't he have wings? Or is the report fake? Have you asked clearly? Sir Ma, we have asked clearly. According to the description of the staff here, Wang Yuechuan should have been here. But when we went to the room, there was no one in it. There were some slight traces of a fight, but the window was not broken, so he shouldn't have jumped out of the window. Does he know how to turn invisible? Mahoud glared at him. Search for him again. Turn this place upside down and search for me. Also, where is the person in charge here? It's been so long. Why hasn't he come over yet? Officer, I'm here. A slightly plump man in his 30s wearing a suit and a smile on his face hurried to Mahoud. I am... The person in charge was quite depressed. To be honest, this Lanling residence was a place jointly owned by some powerful young masters in the city. Usually, not to mention the police, even the fire department would not check it. It was just that when those arrogant young masters heard the name Mahoud, they all said that they were busy and would talk about it later. Officer, we are operating according to the law. We didn't do anything illegal. We are here to arrest him. Why are you in such a hurry? Mahoud snorted. Don't let me get it right. You call your boss for help without knowing what's going on, right? Officer, I didn't. I'm busy. I don't care if you did or not. Mahoud continued to snort coldly. Even if I can't catch the fugitive today, I still have to check it out properly. I suspect that you are soliciting prostitutes here. Officer. No. Officer. You can't do this. This is slander. This is framing. I can sue you. Lin Feng, copy my employee number to this guy and let him sue me. He can sue me however he wants. Ma Hao narrowed his eyes. Now call out all the employees here. Don't let anyone who washes the toilets go. Employees? Lin Feng was stunned. Sir Ma, you mean Wang Yuechuan might have mixed in with employees? Don't let go of any possibility. Go. Ma Hao put his hands on his waist, his eyes like an eagle patrolling the lobby. In the corner of the lobby, a waiter lowered his head and quietly walked back, his expression somewhat dignified. At this time, I would rather you be a freeloader and mediocre. The waiter lowered his head and hurriedly walked toward the elevator in front. You in front, stop right there. Chapter 755. Seeing that the waiter didn't intend to turn around, Ma Hao directly put his hand on the waiter's shoulder, trying to force him to turn around. At this moment, the waiter shrugged his shoulder. At the same time, Ma Hao felt a strong force hit his stomach, and his whole body directly stepped back and finally fell on the ground. Wang Yuechuan. Sir Ma was shocked and angry at this time. This waiter was obviously Wang Yuechuan in disguise. You can't escape. Wang Yuechuan sighed in his heart. If he could leave here smoothly, it would save him a lot of trouble. But his wish couldn't come true. After Ma Hao's roar, the rest of the policemen reacted one after another. The first few people had already rushed over and blocked Wang Yuechuan's way. They even pulled out their guns. Wang Yuechuan, surrender, you can't escape. Sir Ma quickly got up and at the same time tidied up his hat. Go back with me. I don't want to open fire on my former colleagues. You can't deal with me even if you open fire, Wang Yuechuan said lightly. He glanced at the policemen around him. Except for Ma Hao, how many of them had never shot a bullet since they left school? Wang Yuechuan looked up at the nearest young policeman and suddenly said, How long have you graduated? The young man was stunned and subconsciously said, 1.5 years. You can't hold a gun like this, Wang Yuechuan suddenly said. The young policeman subconsciously looked at the gun in his hands. But at the moment when he looked away, Wang Yuechuan moved. This was already a very tense situation. It took a lot of courage for a police officer to open fire, especially when the weapon that could kill was aimed at the person himself. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yuechuan quickly dodged the gun in the young policeman's hand. At the same time, he tightened his arm, directly strangling the young policeman's neck, and took the gun and pressed it against the young policeman's ear. Wang Yuechuan, you're crazy! Ma Hao's eyes widened. Ma, Sir Ma, save me. The police officer who was taken hostage was trembling in fear. Wang Yuechuan, let him go. Don't make one mistake after another. Ma Hao's voice suddenly became heavy and cold. Wang Yuechuan remained silent. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would be held at gunpoint by his colleagues while he was committing a crime. However, he was a strong-willed person. Since he had already accepted the mysterious mission, he naturally wouldn't give up halfway. His expression was indifferent. While holding the hostage, he slowly walked towards the exit of the Lonling residence. In front of the door, 2 police officers pointed their guns at him in panic. Wang Yuechuan quickly fired a shot at the floor with the gun in his hand. When the bullets were fired, the sound of the explosion caused the guests who were hiding at the side to scream in horror. King dared to shoot. Ma Hao was furious. Have you forgotten the rules of the police? Wang Yuechuan, do you know what you're doing? You're just committing a crime. Ma Hao, I heard that you're very good at shooting. Wang Yuechuan said indifferently, Do you dare to shoot at me? If you don't want to shoot, then get out of my way. Wang Yuechuan shook his head. I just want to leave here. As he spoke, he fired another shot at the feet of the 2 police officers who were blocking the door, making the scene even more tense. Get out of my way, let him out. Ma Hao took a deep breath. He couldn't figure out Wang Yuechuan's behavior. But at this moment, he didn't dare to bet that Wang Yuechuan wouldn't dare to kill him with the life of a young subordinate. A very stupid choice. Wang Yuechuan suddenly smiled. But at your age, of course, you'll have more concerns. Officer Ma, if it were me, I would at least arrange pursuers around before coming in. You have been too comfortable for too long. As he spoke, ignoring Ma Hao's expression, Wang Yuechuan looked at another police officer and said indifferently, "You come here, close the door, and pull down the broken door. No one is allowed to move." Bang! A shot was shot at Lin Feng's side. At that moment, Lin Feng quietly moved half a step. Lin Feng's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he looked at the small hole under his feet. His feet froze on the spot. At this moment, Ma Hao's face looked terrible. The police officer who was threatened to close the door looked at him, only to see Ma Hao gritting his teeth and waving his hand unwillingly. Rumble. Across the falling door, Ma Hao and Wang Yuechuan looked at each other, but their sight was finally blocked. "Sir Ma?" When the door just fell, Lin Feng looked at Ma Hao in horror and called him. At this moment, Ma Hao trembled all over. He came to the door, pushed the person away, and directly held the door open with both hands. But at this moment, only the police officer who was held hostage fell to the ground, and there was no trace of Wang Yuechuan. "Sir Ma, one of our cars is missing. Block all the roads." Ma Hao gritted his teeth. "This person is extremely dangerous. Tell old Liu. Ask him to send a sniper for me." Wang Yuechuan abandoned the stolen police car before it could drive far. He began to hide in the city alley. At this time, his brain was working quickly. He was familiar with all the tracking methods of the police, so naturally he could think of a way to deal with it, so that he could escape better. At this time, his pocket suddenly vibrated. The phone given to him by 18 rang at this time. Wang Yuechuan frowned, but still stopped. "Hello. It seems that you are safe." Sure enough, it was 18's voice, and she seemed to have completely grasped his whereabouts. But Wang Yuechuan was not too surprised. If the scene at Lanling residence was pushed behind by 18 would naturally know the news of his safe escape at the first moment. "What do I need to do next?" Wang Yuechuan asked quickly. Unexpectedly, 18 said at this time, "In fact, when you leave, you can choose to injure a policeman, so that it will be more convenient for your future actions." Wang Yuechuan frowned. Kidnapping a police officer, seizing a gun, and seizing a police car, these crimes are serious enough. "Have you seen everything in the USB flash drive?" 18 directly changed the topic. "Yes, I have." Wang Yuechuan nodded. "Very good. Now, go to the airport immediately and wait in the terminal building. Someone will arrange it for you. You need to go to a technical secondary school in Xiangjiang, and then sneak out of the country. After arriving in Xiangjiang, I will contact you." "Abroad? Which country?" "Thailand. That mercenary group is in Thailand." Wang Yuechuan asked solemnly, "You will know when you get there." "Well, there is no time to lose. If you wait any longer, I am afraid the airport will be blocked." Beep, beep. Wang Yuechuan subconsciously dialed back and found that it was an invalid number. He couldn't get through at all. He frowned, but he tried to find a way to go to the airport. In the distance, a black shadow on the building was staring at the intricate roads of the city below. A sharp, hoarse, and pleasant gloomy laughter sounded. "Go, go. When you overcome all difficulties and complete the task with great difficulty, I will give you a surprise. Of course, you have to complete it." He. Suddenly, the sound of something being smashed woke up the driver, who was dozing off in the chair. As soon as he looked up, he saw that Lu Zixing on the bed had fallen to the floor at some point. Lu Zixing's face was pale, but he looked anxious. His hands quickly touched the ground, looking around as if he was looking for something. "Hey, sir, are you okay?" The driver was shocked and quickly helped Lu Zixing up. "Sir, are you okay?" "My coin. Lu Zixing wanted to push this guy away as if he was possessed, but he found that his hands and feet were weak at this time. Coin, what coin? The driver was stunned. Even if it was a gold coin, he wouldn't be so nervous. But he suddenly remembered something that happened when he sent this guy to the ambulance. Sir, are you talking about a 1 yuan coin? The driver quickly said, Here, put it here. As he said, the driver quickly took out a bag and took out his wallet and some things he carried with him. Here, is this the coin? When I sent you to the ambulance, the nurse said that you were holding this coin tightly in your hand. It took a lot of effort to take it out. When he took out the coin, Lu Zixing grabbed it immediately. He only calmed down after holding it tightly. He slowly sat down on the bed. Under the driver's surprised gaze, Lu Zixing threw the coin up. Then, after seeing the reverse side of the coin, he suddenly sighed and closed his eyes again. He lay on the bed motionless. Sir, are you okay? The driver asked carefully. He saw this guy's strange behavior when he woke up. He was afraid that he didn't know if there was something wrong with his brain. How did I come to the hospital? Lu Zixing suddenly opened his eyes. You don't remember? The driver was stunned and immediately told what happened before. Well, sir, I will immediately tell the traffic police comrade to come over. Later, no matter what, you have to tell him that I really didn't hit you. Not even once. It was you who rushed out of the road and fainted. Looking at the almost 40-year-old uncle's frightened look, Lu Zixing had to nod. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't want to implicate you. Hearing Lu Zixing's apology, the depression in the driver's heart suddenly dissipated a lot. The driver breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again. Actually, it's nothing. Everyone has bad luck. Isn't it good to understand each other? But you should be more careful next time. Don't rush out like a fool. If something happens, think about your family. They will be worried. Family. Lu Zixing shook his head. His eyes were blank, but he didn't speak. The driver then remembered the traffic police comrade's words. He secretly thought that this guy's relationship with his family might not be good. He suddenly felt embarrassed. The two people by the bed fell into silence. The driver saw that Lu Zixing was playing with the 1 yuan coin, which was nothing special. In the end, he couldn't help but ask curiously, I say, brother, is there any special meaning in going together? Lu Zixing suddenly stopped and said after a while, There is nothing. I just can't let it go. The driver was stunned and said casually, Actually, I feel that in this life there is nothing that you can't let go of. The most important thing is your own health and safety. Think about it. The body is the capital of revolution. That's true. Lu Zixing smiled slightly. If he lost his life this time, naturally he wouldn't have the qualifications to use this coin to gamble with the boss again. Lu Zixing sighed and felt that he might be very lucky. Although he was unlucky, it wasn't to the extent that he would lose his life. It was just that the pain from his ear kept telling him that he was a patient with tetanus, and it could become serious at any time. By the way, brother, your ear. The driver asked hesitantly at this moment. Then he realized that he might be too nosy, so he quickly waved his hand and said, It's okay. I'm just asking. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Lu Zixing nodded and didn't intend to talk about it. He never thought that he would spend this kind of festival in the hospital, and the person accompanying him was just a stranger. Nothing was more wonderful than this. Dad! Lu Zixing suddenly raised his head and looked at the source of the voice. It was a 10-year-old girl wearing a small cotton-padded jacket. Her face was bright red, but she trotted all the way into the public ward. Lu Zixing watched the little girl rush into the driver's arms, but his heart seemed to be stirred. Not only the little girl, but there was also a woman in her 30s behind the little girl. Aya, why are you here? The driver hugged his daughter and put his hands directly on his daughter's face, fearing that she would be cold. The woman quickly came over and looked as if she was blaming him. I was worried about you, so I came to see you. It's so late, and you're still in the hospital alone. You don't know that this little girl is crying and making a fuss. I really don't know what to do with her. Aya, does our baby miss Daddy? The driver ignored his wife's rebuke and directly stuck his face to his daughter's body. I'm sorry, baby. Daddy will make you something delicious when we get home later, okay? Gift. Christmas gift. However, the little girl seemed to have turned into a spirit. She immediately pushed the driver away. Your beard is hurting me. I really don't know why Mommy is willing to give you a kiss. What the? The driver immediately covered his daughter's mouth, and then looked at his wife embarrassedly. His wife glared at him, and naturally didn't give the driver a good look. In the end, she probably saw that the driver was pitiful tonight, so she rolled her eyes and muttered unwillingly, Are you hungry? There's nothing delicious, so I made some dumplings for you. Eat whatever you want. The little girl took the thermos flask from her mother's hand, and then gave it to the driver. The driver was also very hungry. He opened the lid and couldn't wait to take a bite with relish, thinking that his wife still cared about him. At this time, his daughter suddenly asked curiously, Uncle, why are you crying? The family of three looked at Lu Zixing at the same time. The driver just remembered that there was another person beside him, and the driver's wife panicked, not knowing what to do. Lu Zixing wiped his eyes at this time, but showed a smile and said softly, Your family has a good relationship. Ah. The driver was stunned and didn't know what to say. He could only say, Brother, do you want to eat some too? I see that you are hungry too. Yes, I made a lot. The driver's wife quickly snatched the thermos flask from the driver's hand and put a lid on it and gave it to Lu Zixing. Try it, fresh mushroom meat. I just chopped it last night. It's fresh. Thank you. Lu Zixing nodded and took it with both hands, but he couldn't help but cry. He bit down, chewed, and tasted all kinds of flavors. Later, the comrade called the traffic police came, and Lu Zixing personally wrote a letter of guarantee in front of the driver, which made the driver's family of three feel relieved. After a long night, the family of three finally returned home. The traffic police came and left quickly, and just let Lu Zixing rest in the hospital. When the driver left, he didn't take the thermos flask with him. There were still a lot of dumplings left inside, and he said that if Lu Zixing was hungry, he would have something to eat. As for the flask, it didn't matter if he didn't use it. Lu Zixing didn't know the name of the driver. He didn't specifically ask, and the other party didn't take the initiative to talk about it. Perhaps this was a chance meeting, and they would never see each other again. Lu Zixing carefully ate all the dumplings in the thermos flask, and then slowly closed his eyes as if he was savoring the taste in his mouth. When he opened his eyes again, there was suddenly vigor in his eyes. He took out the coin, but he didn't throw it out. Instead, he waited silently. Soon after, Lu Zixing looked at the position by the window and saw a person standing in front of the window. Boss. Customer, I heard your call. Boss Luo smiled at Lu Zixing at this time. Are you going to continue the bet between us? Lu Zixing suddenly said, Have you eaten yet? Yes, thank you for your concern. Luocho responded politely. I have eaten too. Lu Zixing lowered his head and glanced at the thermos flask. I had a meal, the most ordinary home-cooked meal. Really? Boss Luo nodded, walked to the bed, and whispered, It must taste good. Lu Zixing smiled and said, Actually, the taste is really not good. The instant noodles I ate when I stayed in the hotel a few days ago tasted better than this. It was like a chat between old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lu Zixing didn't have the nervousness and fear when he saw Luocho from beginning to end. Boss Luo suddenly sat down and looked at the coin in Lu Zixing's hand. Don't you want to gamble? Lu Zixing sighed and said, Why do you want to gamble when you know you will lose? Luocho nodded and asked again, Don't you want to gamble? Lu Zixing shook his head. If I don't gamble, how can there be a future? So, Lu Zixing looked at the mysterious boss. His eyes were full of strange brilliance. I know that I will lose no matter what I gamble now, so I won't gamble again. But I will wait until the opportunity that belongs to me comes back again. After that, I will gamble with you again. The customer's qualification to gamble fairly with me will always exist before you die." Luocio nodded. "I will gamble with you." Lu Zixing took a deep breath. "But when I gamble with you again in the future, I won't gamble with you on the kinship that I sold. I know that I may not win that way. I can't afford to lose. So I will gamble with you on a chance. I will gamble on a chance that I can recreate the kinship that belongs to my family. You are just giving me a chance. In this way, the price of my bet should be lower. I have more chances to win." "Indeed." Luocio smiled. "If it's just an opportunity, the stake required is not too high. However, I have to remind you that opportunities can also fail." Lu Zixing said indifferently, "But in this way I can maximize my life. Without my life I have nothing. However, my life is still there. I just have to start all over again. I hope you can win against me, dear customer." The boss disappeared into the night. Lu Zixing looked at the night outside the window and suddenly smiled. He lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 756. According to the original plan, they were supposed to have a meal after watching the movie, but this trip was cancelled in the end, because Mo Xiaofei was distressed about the class leader's current state. According to Zixing, the class leader needed to rest for a few days to recover her spirit. After separating from Juefeng, Mo Xiaofei and the class leader did not discuss the movie anymore. The class leader was just an ordinary person. She was in a daze during the whole process. Naturally, she had nothing to say. As for Mo Xiaofei, those extraordinary experiences were just frightening when they were told. He didn't have the idea of showing off his ability. He just wanted to be the Mo Xiaofei they knew in front of his family and friends. On the bus, Mo Xiaofei smelled a faint fragrance. The class leader fell asleep not long after getting on the bus. Her little head rested on his shoulder. Perhaps it was just a subconscious behavior, but Mo Xiaofei didn't move at all. He was afraid that the class leader would wake up. At this time, he suddenly wanted to stop or slow down the bus a little. He was like a knight silently guarding a sleeping princess. The bus drove through the bustling street and gradually came to the neighborhood of the residential area. It stopped for a while and finally arrived at the station. It was just that the class leader fell asleep and didn't wake up when the bus stopped. And Mo Xiaofei knew that she was too mentally exhausted, so he was even more reluctant to wake her up. Under the strange gaze of the people on the bus, he helped the class leader out of the bus. "She really can sleep." And Mo Xiaofei smiled. After getting off the bus, he carried her forward. There was still a short distance to her home. The road was really not long. They arrived in a short while, and Mo Xiaofei put the class leader down. Seeing that she still had her eyes closed and her breathing was steady, he had the idea of kissing her. The moment this idea came into his mind, Mo Xiaofei lowered his head slightly. He wanted to kiss her lips, but at the moment when he was about to touch her, he saw the class leader's eyelashes trembling slightly. Mo Xiaofei took a deep breath and quickly straightened his body. He secretly thought that taking advantage of others' difficulties was not a gentleman. But if he didn't find out that she was about to wake up, would he kiss her? Well, the class leader responded and opened her eyes. She was surprised to find that she was in her own building. "Oh, I'm home? How did I come back?" "Guess." And Mo Xiaofei smiled, sleeping like a pig. "You're the pig head." The class leader snorted. And Mo Xiaofei laughed, looking up at the upstairs. He knew the floor where she lived, and from here he could see her window. However, there was no light in the room. And Mo Xiaofei said softly, "We're here." "Yes." The class leader nodded gently and suddenly said, "I don't feel like I did anything today. Why am I so tired?" She yawned again. Looking at the class monitor, Mo Xiaofei's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, "Shall we come out to play next time?" He felt that he had mustered a great deal of courage. He felt like he was a big brother guiding Juefeng. He couldn't be a coward at this point. At this time, the class leader looked at Mo Xiaofei very seriously, which made Mo Xiaofei feel a little guilty. Under Mo Xiaofei's apprehension, the class leader finally said, "I will try to play less in the future." Really? Mo Xiaofei nodded with a little astonishment and disappointment. Wait until graduation," the class leader said again, abruptly, then pushed Mo Xiaofei's chest, turned around and ran upstairs. In the end, he only heard the last sentence she said as she walked in. Coward! If it weren't for his extraordinary hearing at this time, he might not have heard this whisper. Mo Xiaofei stood in front of her door in a daze, recalling her other words in his mind. Wait until graduation. Wait until everyone has matured and no longer needs to be carefully protected, but to be wholeheartedly nurtured. Mo Xiaofei took a deep breath, only to feel that he was suddenly energized. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was looking around, he soared into the sky and freely roamed the night sky of this city. Mo Xiaofei did not leave for home immediately, but went to the pet hospital. When he knew that Zixing had arrived smoothly, Mo Xiaofei was relieved. Long Shirua told him that she had learned about their experience in Yan Wuyue's world from Zixing. In the underground training ground, Mo Xiaofei showed Long Shirua the gravity ability he developed in Yan Wuyue's world, which surprised Long Shirua. This trick is good. If you can reach the level of thousands of mountains, you can go anywhere outside. Long Shirua described the potential of this gravity to Mo Xiaofei. By the way, teacher, when I was in Yan Wuyue's world, my spirit had entered a wonderful state. Mo Xiaofei described his situation at that time. At that time, I saw a very strange back, which should be an ancient person. But I don't know why, although I only saw the back, there was a very familiar feeling, as if I was looking at myself. The past is an old dream, a mirage, Long Shirua suddenly said. What you saw may be your previous life. Previous life? Didn't I tell you that there are true souls and false souls in the world? Long Shirua crossed her legs. The 3 souls and 7 spirits are separated and then find a new soul. In that fragmented world, your spirit was greatly impacted, and you are a guy who has stepped into transcendence, so it is not very strange that you touched some memories of the soul in an extreme state. By the way, do you remember the appearance of the ancient person you saw? Mo Xiaofei frowned and said, uncertainly, "It seems to be an emperor." Emperor? Long Shirua was stunned. She suddenly looked at Mo Xiaofei's appearance with disgust and muttered, "What you saw was the back. Shouldn't this kind of vision be the guy standing behind the emperor?" Mo Xiaofei was also stunned at the same time. He thought to himself that his teacher, who looked reliable but was actually not that reliable, seemed to have some sense in his words. He then frowned. Is he a courtier or a bodyguard or something like that? Well, it may also be a eunuch. Long Shirua said seriously. My previous life may be a eunuch? Mo Xiaofei suddenly recalled the scene of him wearing the eunuch's uniform, pinching his fingers and speaking like a duck, and being respectfully addressed as Eunuch Mo. He shuddered, subconsciously. That was such a beautiful scene. Teacher, am I really a eunuch? Mo Xiaofei looked at Long Shirua and wailed. How would I know? Long Shirua shook her head. Even I can't see what your previous life is. But if you really want to know, it is not impossible. Is there any way? Mo Xiaofei asked eagerly. Why not? Long Shirua showed her erudition and hummed. If you want to know who your previous life is, there are at least several ways. For example, the Three Lives mirror, one of the top 10 artifacts in Kelowna. It can seize the fortune of heaven and earth and reflect the past and present lives. Teacher, is the plane I'm in a Xinsha plane? Mo Xiaofei wailed. Don't interrupt. Long Shirua stared at Mo Xiaofei. But the Three Lives mirror has been lost. Even I can't sense where it is hiding. So you can't go this way. The only way left is to find the successor of the plainclothes sect. Plainclothes sect? Long Shura nodded. The plainclothes sect is a strange sect that can calculate people and heaven and earth. Because it can calculate too many things, the successor of each generation is very short-lived. But the inheritance can't be cut off. They are as tenacious as cockroaches. Speaking of the plainclothes sect, there is a very famous one. I watched TV a few years ago. Someone arranged some of this guy's life into a TV series. His name is Lai Plainclothes, or Lai Mai. Thanks to TVB, Mo Xiaofei praised in his heart, and then hurriedly said, then the successor of this generation. The whereabouts of the successor of the plainclothes sect are unknown. It's almost impossible to find them. Long Shura said helplessly, the plainclothes sect has a way to hide the secret of heaven. Even if the peers want to calculate their whereabouts, it's impossible. Teacher, isn't this another dead end? Mo Xiaofei looked at Long Shura with disgust. But I know where to find the successor of the plainclothes sect. Long Shura suddenly narrowed her eyes. Mo Xiaofei directly threw away his moral integrity. Teacher, you're the greatest person I've ever seen. Long Shura snorted. The Penglai conference of Mount Tai is coming soon. In order to prepare for this conference, many hidden guys in Kelowna have been waiting for half a year in advance. It's impossible for the successor of the plainclothes sect to not appear in this kind of event that is held every 10 years in Kelowna. Mount Tai. Mo Xiaofei pondered. Long Shura said indifferently, but you have to think carefully. The plainclothes sect isn't the kind of swindler who wears sunglasses and deceives you for 8 to 10 years. They have real abilities. So, if you want to ask the plainclothes sect to help you, you'll have to pay a lot. And Mo Xiaofei thought for a while and asked abruptly, Teacher, do you think if it's that boss? Long Shura frowned but said seriously, do you have anything to sell? If the plainclothes sect helps you, maybe it's just a request within your ability, or just to let you out a favor, but it won't be too ruthless. That was because it understood the principle of leaving some leeway for everything. But if it's that shop, it's not necessarily so. Mo Xiaofei whispered, I always feel that the boss is not so bad. Long Shura sighed, treating everyone equally, treating the common people with absolute fairness. Don't you think it's terrible? That's no longer human. Mo Xiaofei wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he fell silent and didn't continue to discuss the boss. Long Shura lost interest at this time. She waved her hand and said, Well, you're tired today. Go back and rest early. I'll deal with the Greedy Wolf clan. You'd better come to cultivate on time tomorrow. In addition, you should forget about the world fragment for the time being. It's not time for you to come into contact with it. There are some things that I don't want you to know. It's not that I look down on you or have other intentions. I just want you to focus and not think too much. Mo Xiaofei nodded and left Long Shura's office. He quickly found Zixing. After a few words of greeting, he left under the vigilant gaze of Greedy Wolf clan's wolf warrior. After Mo Xiaofei left, Long Shura frowned. She also told Zixing and walked out quietly. After seeing Lu Zixing in the hospital, Luoqiu didn't go back to the central square to meet Ren Xiling and others immediately. Even if he had returned to the square at this time, there were all kinds of people here. Different people, different brilliance like an ocean. Luoqiu sat on a bench, quietly watching those people in the square. He suddenly remembered the day when he got the position of the club owner. He remembered that day he seemed to be looking at the pedestrians on the street like this. Then he walked on a road that he couldn't imagine before. Luoqiu lowered his head and turned his palm. A small gift box appeared in his palm. He pushed his palm up. The box rose slowly and then disappeared into the air. Following that, another small gift box appeared. Following the same pattern, it also disappeared into the air. The ant's health was getting worse and worse. This was the trauma left by 20 years of wind and rain. She was sleeping in the hospital bed. For some time, she woke up less and less. Fong Jipping knew that she didn't have much time. Now he accompanied her every day. Of course, his girlfriend often accompanied him and visited her together, but the ant couldn't recognize people. Sometimes she was awake, sometimes she was confused. Fong Jipping didn't know whether it was good or bad, but when she talked about Hua in her sleep, she always smiled beautifully. Who didn't remember that their mother was the most beautiful person in the world? Tonight, Fong Jipping and his girlfriend didn't go somewhere to celebrate. Instead, they came to the hospital as usual. His girlfriend was getting hot water for the ant to wipe her body. Fong Jipping was asking the doctor about her condition because the doctor said that the ant's body was reaching its limit, so he should be mentally prepared. No one saw that beside the ant's pillow, a small box appeared out of nowhere and opened automatically. A little light, like stardust, scattered from the box and finally attached to the ant's body. When Fong Jipping left the doctor's office dejectedly and returned to the ward, he met his girlfriend who just came back with water. They looked at each other and smiled. Then, they pulled themselves together and entered the ward. The moment they entered the ward, they were both stunned, because they both saw that the ant had woken up and was now sitting on the bed, looking at them. Her eyes were no longer cloudy. "Mom." Fong Jipping knew that she was awake now and recognized him. Zhuge held his girlfriend's hand happily, watching a TV series at home. She said that she didn't like to see people outside at this time. It was better to stay at home, quietly. Zhuge said yes, he would be wherever she wanted him to be. This wasn't an outstanding sweet talk, but it made his girlfriend smile sweetly. Suddenly, his phone received a message. "Oh, it's so late. Is it a promotion message?" "I don't know. Let me see." Zhuge stood up unwillingly, picking up the phone from the table. He glanced at it quickly and then blinked. "Damn, it can't be. What's wrong? Why are you making a fuss?" "Honey, I seem to have won the lottery. 1-week tour in Europe. 2 people's share. Ah." Ms. Wang lay down early and was ready to sleep. The doctor said that she needed more rest because she was pregnant. Now that her belly was big, it was inconvenient for her to move. Besides, she was divorced and single. Although it was Christmas Eve, she naturally didn't want to go anywhere to play. She touched her belly, showing motherly love. She didn't feel lonely, but fell asleep slowly. She seemed to have a dream that she returned to her childhood. Chapter 757. High up in the sky, the helicopter's propeller made a rumbling sound as it drove into a mountainous area. "Sir Robert, we're about to arrive at the base that was attacked. The helicopter is about to land. Please sit tight." In the cabin in front, a man in a white uniform turned around and said, "No need. Open the cabin door here." Robert, who had the title of Wolf King, waved his hand and ordered his men to open the side door of the cabin. "I smell the scent of prey." The 2 pilots looked at each other. They knew that the gods' generals from Paradise Island were extremely powerful. They did not dare to hesitate and immediately opened the cabin door. Luo Bo directly stepped out of the air, his body straight as a ramrod as he descended from the sky. At the moment of landing, Luo Bo's legs were slightly bent, and he was able to withstand the terrifying acceleration. The 2 mech pilots were speechless. At this time, Lobo twisted his neck, and his bones made a cracking sound. Then he quickly walked towards a certain direction in the forest. In front of him, he could clearly feel a strong will. Oh, he didn't leave after destroying the base. Is he waiting for me on purpose? Robert smiled. The attraction between the strong allowed Luo Bo to clearly lock on to the position of the other without any sophisticated equipment. Robert entered the forest, and the pilots were unable to track the heavenly generals. They could only continue to drive the helicopter forward. Here, only the base had a landing pad for the helicopter to land safely. However, when the helicopter flew over the mountain and arrived at the base, the 2 pilots were shocked. The base was like a school built in the forest. At this moment, there were only dilapidated buildings. When they finally landed, they hurriedly walked out of the helicopter. When they looked around, they saw rows of cold corpses. It was like hell. It made them break out in cold sweat. What kind of massacre happened here? Just as he was secretly shocked, a series of loud noises suddenly came from the mountains, as if the mountains were pouring down. It was a natural disaster. It seemed that this place was called the Fairy Trail Forest by the people who built the base in the mountains. Of course, there was no so-called fairy trail here. It was just that the scenery was beautiful, like a fairyland. There was a small waterfall in the Immortal Trail Forest. The water flowed down and hit the rocks. White mist drifted away like an illusory cloud. At this time, beside the flowing stream, a young girl wearing a black dress was washing her long hair. She was almost as pale as snow, as if she was sick. She was Su Zijuan, who had crossed half of the world's territory to come here. Except for the areas near the Mediterranean Sea, the winters in the Northern Hemisphere were almost the same. In the Immortal Trekking Forest, the wide leaves of the trees began to fall, covering the ground. Someone stepped on the dead branches and leaves and slowly walked over. Only when they finally reached the side of the stream did they stop. Su Zijuan grabbed her hair and clenched it into a bundle. Then she slowly pushed it down to wipe away the traces of water. Only then did she casually put her hair behind her back. She looked at the young man who walked behind her. He had an oriental face. She smelled a very familiar scent, the scent of the demon power of the Kelowna demons. However, there was something else contained within this demonic power. Demonic power was different. The spiritual power of cultivators had always been slightly more manic. However, this guy in front of her contained something that made this demonic power abnormally violent, like a surging volcano. "You're also from the Michael Club?" Su Zijuan frowned. She was not sure if this strange Kelowna demons had anything to do with the Michael Club. Due to the decline of the Kelowna demons, some of the Kelowna demons chose to leave and find another way. Therefore, it was not particularly surprising to encounter the demons of Kelowna outside of Kelowna. "You're the fallen princess of the Xianyuan royal family?" The young man at this time also spoke slowly. Su Zijuan sneered and stood up. She had already asked, and the other party had also asked a similar question. Therefore, both parties' identities were confirmed. Su Zijuan said indifferently, "I've been waiting here for almost a day before the Michael Club sent you here. The speed of this matter is really disappointing. What makes me even more disappointed is that they actually only sent you here." The demonic young man, Lobo, suddenly whistled and said with an evil smile, "As the saying goes, quality is more important than quantity. No matter how many small fries are sent here, they'll just let you abuse them. As for me, it's naturally enough." Su Zijuan sneered again. "Did you get something wrong? A few months ago, there was a guy who used a gun. While I was not in a good state, he secretly attacked me and made me suffer a little. Do you really think that I'm easy to deal with?" "A guy who used a gun?" Lobo was startled, then said indifferently, "You mean Cook?" However, he didn't use his full strength. Kelowna is content to stay in a corner. Maybe they don't know how big the world is. Humph! Idiot who forgets his ancestors. A dark, red demon power suddenly erupted from Su Zijuan's body. Wolf King Lobo's expression was indifferent at this moment. "Forgetting my ancestors? They never gave me anything. Instead, they took it away from me. In this world, the strong are respected. It's useless to say more. Let me also try and see how much ability the princess of the Xianyuan royal family has after falling." The flesh on Lobo's hands suddenly exploded at this moment. Inch by inch, white bone armor spread out from the flesh and completely covered his arms in a moment. The bone armor on this pair of arms was ferocious, and the elbows were terrifyingly sharp bone blades. It looked like they were born to kill. Su Zijuan smelled a lot of souls and blood from this guy. She didn't know how many people this guy had killed to be able to accumulate such a terrifying, murderous aura. But even if this murderous aura was twice as strong, it couldn't shake her mind. At this time, Su Zijuan directly punched out. A dark, red demon power erupted, and a terrifying wave of air suddenly pressed down on Wolf King Lobo. Seeing this, Wolf King Lobo's expression suddenly turned serious. This dark, red demon power seemed endless, and each wave was more pressuring than the last. At this moment, facing this boundless demon power, he even felt like he was facing a flood. Just the right time to temper my battle intent. Wolf King Lobo laughed wildly. At the same time, he also punched out, under the pressure of Su Zijuan's dark red demon power. He forcibly opened up an area that belonged to him. The fist wrapped in bone armor fiercely collided with Su Zijuan's small white fist. A pure collision of strength against strength. The loud sound of the mountain stream came from this. That terrifying sound wave reverberated in the mountains, as if it was going to shake the mountains. The moment the two collided, two powerful forces spread out, turning into a terrifying shockwave, blowing the surrounding trees in pain. The result of this exchange of fists was not an inch of ground. At this moment, the bone armor on Wolf King Lobo's fist suddenly shattered. It actually couldn't block Su Zijuan's punch. At this moment, he calmly retreated and shook his arm, shaking off the shattered bone armor. Huh. Is this what you mean by I don't know how big the world is? Su Zijuan's gaze turned solemn. Lobo glanced at the shattered bone armor on the ground and lightly clenched his fist. Once again, the bone armor grew out of the flesh and blood, looking exactly the same as before it shattered. Small trick. Su Zijuan snorted coldly and punched again. Wolf King Lobo didn't dodge this time and faced it head-on. The fist wrapped in bone armor once again collided with Su Zijuan's pink but not weak fist. Boom! This time, Wolf King Lobo's body directly retreated, and the bone armor on his arm shattered again. But Su Zijuan frowned at this time. Her punch was at least 30% stronger than the first one, but it obviously didn't achieve the expected effect. The drought demon physique was originally famous for the strength of the physical body, but this guy, the strength of his physical body, seemed to be extraordinary. Seeing this guy grow his bone armor again, Su Zijuan didn't plan to give him a chance to breathe this time. But the moment she moved, she felt a cold and strange force like a poisonous snake, starting from her arm and spreading all the way up. This force didn't seem like demon power. Su Zijuan's expression changed slightly. Lobo smiled coldly at this time. Interesting? This isn't demon power, but true power cultivated from ancient martial arts. A demonic body, cultivating the true power of a human? Su Zijuan was stunned and frowned. Other than demon power in your body, the other force is true power. After all, the demon race was different from humans. How did this guy cultivate true power? Su Zijuan couldn't figure it out. Wolf King Lobo smiled, but didn't say anything. Su Zijuan snorted, and the demonic power in his body erupted, instantly expelling the foreign energy from his body. As a member of the demonic race, instead of polishing your own demonic power, you are cultivating the true power of a human. You're simply putting the cart before the horse. No matter what it is, as long as it can make me stronger, I don't care. Wolf King Lobo let out a sinister laugh. Princess of the Xianyuan royal family, don't underestimate any kind of power, because no matter what it is, as long as it reaches the peak, it can explode with unimaginable potential. Saying that, Wolf King Lobo's flesh and blood started to explode. And now it wasn't just his arms, his entire body was covered with a pale, white bone armor. The moment the bone armor was completely covered, Lobo's body turned into a cannonball, and actually took the initiative to attack for the first time. Su Zijuan instinctively blocked, but suddenly felt the strength from Lobo's fist increase by several times, the strange force born from demon power and strange true power, once again burrowing into her body, and she actually felt a trace of pain. But this was far more than that. At this moment, a sharp bone spike suddenly shot out from the bone armor on Luobo's chest. The bone spike shot out too quickly and actually pierced through Su Zijuan's shoulder in a moment. My bone marrow is fused with a special alloy, When it congeals outside the body, its hardness can surpass the hardest diamond. Lobo laughed sinisterly and continued to attack crazily. The bone armor on his body would constantly shoot out terrifying bone spikes and was impossible to defend against. Su Zijuan was not paying attention, and her arm was once again pierced by the bone spike. But at the same time, she had to admit that this rascal relied on this ability and could be considered as a great demon. Although the opponent's demon power was not exposed, but after fusing with true power, the strange force was extremely hard to deal with. Su Zijuan sighed, and from the initial surprise, she calmed down, looked at Lobo, and said seriously, "I was careless. But if it's only this, compared to the one who used the spear, you're not much stronger." As she spoke, Su Zijuan's shoulder and arm that were pierced, the wounds quickly healed, and the speed was even faster than Lobo's bone armor's regeneration by several times. "Looks like the battle between us is a war of attrition." Lobo laughed wildly. If it was only a competition of physical strength, he knew that he would not lose to anyone. "Is that so?" Su Zijuan's pupils instantly turned into fragments of gold. The dark red, demonic power erupted once again, but this time it was several times stronger than before. Two terrifying streams of demonic power intertwined and circled around her before suddenly shooting up into the sky. First layer of seal, release! The place where she stood, the ground instantly sank. With one step, Su Zijuan's body suddenly grew, from the original 14 or 15 years old appearance, to the appearance of 17 or 18 years old. I said, "The one who used the spear took advantage of my bad state at that time, and it was a sneak attack which made me suffer a small loss." "If you think that I am easy to deal with," that voice directly sounded in Lobo's ear, making his breath suddenly stop. "Then you have to bear the consequences." The voice fell. Su Zijuan's figure suddenly disappeared, and Lobo was unable to lock onto the opponent's movement speed. At the same time, he only felt a huge force hit his back. Bang, bang, bang. Lobo's body was like a sandbag, bearing the terrifying many, many heavy blows from different directions. From the ground to the sky, he was like a drifting catkin, constantly swaying in the wind. Bang! Suddenly, when Lobo's body was thrown into the air, another huge force came from above. Lobo's body directly hit the ground, only to hear a huge roar in the forest. Lobo's body completely sank into the ground. At this moment, the bone armor on his body was completely shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of pus and blood. Su Zijuan's figure was floating in the air, looking down. After drinking the blood of Cain from that profiteer, her current state was very good. Her old injuries were healed, and she was not in Kelowna, so naturally she could release her power without restraint. Lobo coughed out another mouthful of blood, but he gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground. His clothes were already shattered by the bombardment, and now he directly tore them, revealing a terrible scar on his chest. That was the position of his heart. But Su Zijuan frowned, because not only the wound on Lobo's heart, she also saw a huge tattoo on Lobo's chest. This tattoo was in the shape of a wolf's head, but this wolf's head was covered with a lot of scars, which seemed to be intentional. But Su Zijuan recognized the origin of this wolf head tattoo. "You are Greedy Wolf Clan? I have nothing to do with them." Lobo roared to the sky, "I am me, Shenyuan Princess. Eat my strongest attack." Sentence. Lobo suddenly waved his hand, and a strange blue short blade directly rushed out of his body, suddenly flying toward Su Zijuan's neck, directly going for her throat. Su Zijuan suddenly felt a sense of danger. She felt that if she was touched by this short blade, it would directly cut off her head. A head attack. Along with the strange flying trajectory of the short blade, there were bursts of distortions in the space, and it was impossible to directly lock onto the short blade's trajectory. Su Zijuan was shocked and angry at this time, but she directly opened her mouth and spat out a terrifying flame. The drought demon came out. Thousands of li of land were red, burning everything. The flame submerged the short blade, and at the same time it also submerged Lobo, burying everything in the sea of fire. The fire blocked his line of sight. When Robber's body was engulfed by the flames, a strange twisting whirlpool appeared behind him. An arm quickly stretched out from the whirlpool, grabbed Robber's shoulder, and pulled him into the whirlpool, directly pulling him into the whirlpool. Whoosh! Below, the area of hundreds of meters had been turned into scorched earth. Su Zijuan slowly descended, stepping on the scorching earth. Her body began to shrink a little, and not long after, she returned to her original appearance of a young girl. But she just slightly frowned. Her palm brushed across her neck and felt some blood. There was a wound here. She didn't know when it appeared. Su Zijuan thought of the guy who used the spear. That strange spear was also very difficult to deal with. She couldn't help but secretly think that if the thugs of the Michael Club had such strange weapons in their hands, they would be very powerful. This guy and the one with the spear should be the high-level thugs of the club. I don't know if there are more powerful people above them. Su Zijuan pondered for a moment. At this time, a faint ball of light slowly emerged above her head. Su Zijuan looked up and saw that the ball of light dispersed, and a beautifully packaged box slowly fell at this time. Su Zijuan was stunned and felt a faint aura from this box. Boss! The flames of war had never stopped in this country, even if it was Christmas Day. Because this country had its own religious beliefs, the extremists would naturally do extreme things. In a small village in this country, many villagers gathered in the village when it was close to night. They happily took out a large amount of food to celebrate, but not to celebrate Christmas Eve, but to celebrate the joy of being liberated from some horrible guys. They once thought that they would be sent to the battlefield, and their children would be brainwashed and then become horrible killing machines. However, a woman wearing a black leather jacket suddenly appeared in front of them. This woman had single-handedly saved them from the hands of those demon-like fanatics. They wanted to know the woman's name, and they wanted to pray for her every day in the future, hoping that the God they believed in could bless her. But she just told them that she didn't have a name, but they could call her Avenger. Avenger, a very terrible name, but it was she who saved them from those demons. So, even if she was an Avenger, they were more willing to call her Avenging Angel? Jessica looked at the villagers who were singing and dancing in the bonfire and laughed at herself. How could an Avenger become an angel? This place wasn't as prosperous as a big city, and the living conditions were even tough. They were worried about the coming of war every day, but now their faces were filled with happy smiles. Jessica was slightly touched, lowering her head and saying nothing. She suddenly took out a necklace from her collar, opening the pendant on the necklace. There was a photo inside. Yen, sister, sister. At this time, a little girl ran in front of her with a small box in her hand. The packaging was very nice. What's the matter? Jessica frowned and asked. Sister, this is for you. The little girl smiled innocently. I just picked it up from the side. Jessica touched the girl's head, taking the gift casually. Of course, people here didn't celebrate Christmas, but she used to celebrate it. Thank you. Jessica thanked her and then pointed to the crowd afar. Go back there, that's where you belong. The little girl nodded as if she understood. She kissed Jessica's face and then left happily. Jessica smiled. She thought to herself, tomorrow I'll leave this place. Serenity didn't belong to her for the time being. While thinking, she opened the box from the girl, the only gift she received this Christmas. To Jessica's surprise, there was a small hard disk in the box. Jessica was stunned, frowning, and then walked towards her tent outside the village. Jessica took out the notebook from the bag. Speaking of which, these things were found when she destroyed the Devil's Denver. She inserted the hard disk, opening the only folder in the hard disk, and saw a video file. Could this be some kind of video of hostages being held hostage? and then beheaded? Jessica thought subconsciously and opened the file. When the video file was opened, Jessica was stunned. She didn't see anything scary. What she saw was a very old picture. The recording equipment wasn't good, so the picture quality was a bit blurry and the color was pale yellow. The video was in an auditorium. There were many young people here, both men and women. It was full of noise, and they were celebrating something, full of youthfulness. At this moment, a handsome man walked slowly to the stage of the auditorium, and there were many cheers coming from all directions. The man held a saxophone, showing a charming smile to the audience, and then he played the saxophone slowly on the stage. How could the young Yi Yen? Jessica covered her mouth, subconsciously. She didn't think about how the hard disk came about, but just stared at the figure who was playing alone in the old times. Chapter 758. Su Zijuan did not leave the forest immediately. She did not care about the destruction of this place. There were 2 reasons for her to stay. First, she was searching for traces of Luobo. Although the drought demon fire she spat out was strong, with the strength of Luobo's body and those strange bone armor. Even if he was burned to death, there should be at least some traces left behind. But she did not find anything. But Luobo's aura had indeed disappeared. At least he had disappeared in this area. And then there was this gift that was delivered directly to her hands. Looking at the present in her hands, Su Zijuan fell into deep thought. Perhaps she should open it and see what the boss was up to. But when Su Zijuan wanted to open the box, her vision suddenly became blurry, and she even felt like she could not stand properly. What's going on? Su Zijuan's body fell to the ground, and she spat out a mouthful of black blood. It's poison. That strange blue dagger was smeared with a huge amount of poison. At this moment, Su Zijuan felt a terrifying poison in her body, and it was madly destroying her body. The drought demon body was incomparably strong, and it was impervious to all poisons. She really could not think of what kind of poison could cause her body to be damaged to such an extent in an instant. Damn it, I thought it was someone who was obsessed with strength, but I did not expect him to use poison. Su Zijuan gritted her teeth, and the blood in her body surged out, suppressing the raging poison. She felt that she could completely expel this poison, but it would take some time, and she could not be disturbed. Su Zijuan didn't have time to open the gift box in her hand. She quickly left the forest. It was not that she had not been careless in her life, but this time she was suppressed by someone who was not as strong as her, so she was naturally unhappy. But at the same time, this gave her a signal. In this world, there was a poison that could harm the drought demon body, and it was outside of Kelowna. Not long after, Su Zijuan was already far away from the forest. But she felt very bad, as if she was escaping. Su Zijuan could not help but remember the last time she was injured, and finally had to run back to the Long Shirwa hospital with a gloomy face. Although later she met the little butterfly in the hospital, and the days changed a little, she still could not forget the humiliation of being injured. Thinking about the injury half a year ago, Su Zijuan's eyes shot out a substantial killing intent. Those 2 people who claimed to be Nirvana-level experts had inexplicably appeared, saying that she had the qualifications to join them, but she had to complete a test. They were extremely arrogant. Since she was young, the only people who could make her angry were Kelowna, Shinryu, and Long Shirwa. At that time, Su Zijuan, who was relaxing, had an inexplicable anger in her heart, so she grabbed the 2 Nirvana-level experts and fought them. But she did not expect that these 2 people who claimed to be Nirvana-level experts were shockingly strong. In the end, they forced Su Zijuan to risk her life and directly release the 3rd seal in her body, injuring the 2 people, and thus she was able to escape. Su Zijuan was an extremely arrogant person, so she naturally wanted to get back her intestines after suffering a loss from these people who claimed to be Nirvana-level experts. Otherwise, if that damned old woman Long Shirwa found out, she was afraid that she would be laughed at for hundreds of years. But regarding the information of Nirvana-level experts, Su Zijuan did not obtain any information. She only knew the name of one of the two Nirvana-level experts who had invited her, a coquettish woman named Lee Kester. Su Zijuan rushed all the way, not caring about where she was going. She did not look at the map, but when she destroyed the club's base in the Immortal Trail Forest, she found information about another base. This time, she planned to look for a safe place to expel the poison from her body while heading toward the other base. But she did not know that the direction in front of her was a place where war and chaos interweaved. The Middle East. Wolf King Lobo felt as if his body was falling apart, and then he was casually thrown to the ground. Recalling the flames that the Shenyuan royal princess had spat out, Lobo's heart still palpitated. He wondered if he would be able to resist if he were to face her head-on. But compared to that hypothesis, Lobo was more concerned about his current environment. Clearly, he had been saved. That twisting vortex. Lobo got up from the ground. He was not surrounded by a forest, but a very luxurious modern apartment. In an instant, space had split open, allowing him to come to this place from the Immortal Trail Forest. What appeared in front of Lobo was a very ordinary-looking old man with disheveled hair. Looking at his appearance, he was at least 80 years old. Lobo could not even feel the aura of an expert from this old man, but it was clear that this old man had saved him from the flames of the Shenyuan royal princess. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Lobo frowned, and at the same time checked his body's condition. At this time, this white-haired old man walked in front of Lobo with a smile, put on a monocle, and kept looking at Lobo's body. That kind of look, it was as if he was appraising some kind of gem. This made Lobo extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to retreat, but suddenly found that his body could not move. At this moment, his body was actually completely imprisoned by an invisible thing. "Young man, don't be afraid. I'm just curious to look at your body." The old man nodded as he watched. "Young man, you've really surprised me. Your body has undergone at least 70 large-scale transformations, and the small parts have undergone more than 50 transformations. It's hard to imagine how strong your willpower is to be able to endure such inhumane torture." Lobo's gaze froze, then he was shocked. He didn't know the origin of this old man, but if this old man could see the secret of his body just by looking at him like this, it was too terrifying. Who are you?" The old man finished looking at him at this time and waved his hand. Lobo suddenly felt his body relax, and he had regained his freedom. At this time, the old man slowly said, "My name is Einstein. I'm a transcender." Einstein. Lobo frowned. He felt that he had heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. "Transcender." "Yes, transcender." The old man named Einstein smiled at this time and said, "In my opinion, transcenders are a group of guys who are not bound by any restrictions in the gap between the two different rules of science and transcender. I saved you not because of anything else, but because you were chosen to become one of us. So, Wolf King Lobo, are you interested in joining us?" "Join you?" Lobo narrowed his eyes. He didn't care what force he joined as long as it could give him great power. It was the same when he became the divine general of the Michael Club. As long as the other party could give him something that moved him. "Yes, join us." Einstein nodded. "According to us, we need to follow more potential companions. I don't know the reason why you were chosen, but I was just appointed to be your examiner. When you complete the assessment, I will be your guide." "What's in it for me to join you?" Lobo was quite direct. "There are many benefits." Einstein thought for a while and said, "For example, I can give you enough power to subvert the Kelowna Greedy Wolf clan." "You, don't be so surprised." Einstein said indifferently, "Since I have chosen you, I naturally know everything about you. We exist in the gap between science and transcender. Even the will of the world can hardly monitor us. It is not difficult to inquire about some information." Lobo frowned and suddenly asked, "How many transcenders are there?" "You can only know this after you complete the assessment and officially become one of us." Lobo stared at the other party. Although this old man looked ordinary, he could stop all of Lobo's actions with a wave of his hand. The mysterious power made Lobo more afraid than the princess of the Shenyuan royal family. "Behind me is the Michael Club," Rob said abruptly. He deliberately mentioned the Michael Club because he wanted to see the old man's reaction. After all, compared to the detached ones, Luo Bo at least knew the ins and outs of the Michael Club. It was even difficult for him to find any organization outside of China that could compare to a behemoth like the Michael Club. "Of course, we know that you are a member of the club, and you are one of the 12 divine generals." Einstein smiled. "But this is no obstacle for us, because joining us does not mean that you will leave the club. Although the philosophy of this club is somewhat conflicting with ours, the general direction is actually similar." "Well, what do you think?" Lobo sneered. "You let me join you, but you didn't let me see any benefits. You just said a few words. Isn't this too simple?" Einstein smiled and said, "We were able to rescue you in that situation without anyone noticing. Isn't this enough to prove anything?" Lobo was silent, but he looked at Einstein and suddenly said, "I want your power. Can I?" Einstein did not refuse. Instead, he said with a warm smile, "The essence of my ability comes from science. It has reached the stage of the first truth. It's not impossible for you to learn, but you need to learn from the initial foundation. Among the transcendents, there are relatively few groups like me. I am also very happy to see a companion who can discuss the truth with me in the future. I can mix the demon power and the true power of humans. There is nothing in this world that I can't learn." Lobo sneered. Einstein waved his hand, and a small crack suddenly appeared on Lobo's head. In the crack, a large number of brick-like, thick books fell down. In the blink of an eye, they piled up into a small mountain. Lobo frowned, thinking that this was some secret book. He picked up a book and read it, but he frowned again and again. He looked at the title of the book again. It was written in Euclidean geometry. Lobo finally closed the book. He secretly thought that he would find time to read all these things in the future. Even if he didn't understand them, he would memorize them all first. "Well, I can promise to join you, but you can't restrict my freedom. There are no benefits for free, and the obligation is not for nothing." Einstein chuckled. "Young man, you have to be more mature. Moreover, before you join, you need to pass an assessment." "What is the assessment?" Einstein looked at Lobo at this time and showed a pleasant smile. "I have thought about your assessment content. Do you want to be my experimental subject? I have been researching the topic of quantization recently, and I lack a physical experimenter." "Experimental subject? Research." Lobo frowned. He got the current power because the club invested a lot of resources in him and carried out a terrifying transformation. He asked himself, he had survived the pain that was more terrible than the torture in the 18th level of hell. What kind of experiment in this world could be difficult for him? "Okay, I promise you." Einstein clapped his hands happily at this time. "That's great. Mr. Lobo, I have asked the servant to prepare dinner. How about we eat turkey tonight? Oh, I forgot that you still have injuries on your body. You should eat something lighter. Well, how about this? I will leave for a while and find a friend. He has a lot of medicine to treat injuries on hand." This messy old man was neurotic. He directly waved his hand and tore a crack. He entered the darkness that made Lobo tremble. Lobo began to look at the apartment. This apartment had at least 30 floors. Lobo didn't know how many family members were upstairs. He opened the curtains, looked at the city in front of him, and found that it was covered with snow. But he saw the position of the sun. So he looked at the east at the same time and said softly, "Precious! Somewhere in Russia there are coal mines here." The living conditions of the miners living here had improved a lot recently. The reason was that the boss behind this place had died for some reason. Naturally, the group with the boss as the core had also collapsed, and the exploitation had been reduced a lot. Although the identity of being exploited still didn't change under the influence of capital. Since life could be better, then it was better. Oleg took his son, Antonio, back to the place where he was born and raised. But he didn't tell those who used to know him. The father and son built a wooden house in the mountains of the city, far away from the village. Oleg went up the mountain to hunt every day, and Antonio would follow his father to learn how to hunt. The child said that he wanted to exercise a strong body and become a strong man who surpassed his father in the future. But Antonio had a wish that he had never said. That was, he hoped that when he really grew up, he could become a great boxer. Today's harvest was good. Oleg carried a wild boar he had hunted and was very happy to deal with it. Antonio, on the other hand, was preparing other ingredients in the house. Although the family lost its hostess early, the relationship between the father and son was getting better and better. Antonio suddenly heard some strange noises coming from upstairs. Out of curiosity, he ran upstairs. In his room. When he opened the door, Antonio found that he didn't know when a gift was on the bed. Antonio blinked and couldn't wait to open the gift. God! It turned out to be a pair of brand new boxing gloves. Was it a gift from his father? Antonio put on the boxing gloves in surprise. He found that the boxing gloves were too big for him to wear at this time, but he still couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He quickly opened the window and shouted to his father, who was processing the wild boar outside the house. "Dad! I love you. Thank you for your gift." Oleg was stunned. He didn't hear what his son said clearly because he was boning the bones. He looked back in confusion, but saw Antonio's small head retracted into the room and closed the window. This child is so mysterious. Oleg smiled and looked up at the sky. Maybe his wife could see it in heaven. After Longshore left the hospital quietly, she came to the cinema mentioned by Zixing and secretly investigated. For this reason, she even used the power of the bead once to temporarily restore some of the power of Shinryu. But after the effect passed, she still didn't gain anything. She was a little discouraged and left. But at this time, a gift box fell in front of Longshore. Kelowna's little Shinryu frowned and hesitated before opening the gift box directly. No one had told her who had sent it, but her intuition told her who had sent it. But Kelowna's little Shinryu glanced at the contents of the box and suddenly became angry. He directly threw the box on the ground and left angrily. "Who will eat this kind of thing?" After Kelowna's little Shinryu left, there was only a small package left, a very ordinary red date and walnut snack. But it was obviously stepped on several times. Even if someone saw it, they wouldn't be willing to take it away. In a karst cave under the riverbed, a gift box slowly fell. The gift box was automatically opened, and there was a small bottle of osmanthus honey inside. At the same time, some strange sounds suddenly sounded in this quiet cave. Something seemed to be gushing out from the soil. Finally, it began to gush out, but it was a big white cocoon. But in an instant, the big cocoon suddenly broke open. A naked body struggled out of the big cocoon and then stretched. "It's so comfortable." She called out comfortably, then her nose twitched. She smelled something sweet, and her eyes followed the direction of the smell. "Hey, honey." She picked up the osmanthus honey in the box and blinked. Did Sister Zijuan leave it for me? But she didn't think too much about it because she was hungry now. Qian Xiao and Thousand Delicate Feathers were teaming up to complete a super difficult mission. Finally, when they overcame all difficulties to conquer this dungeon instance mission and came to a room, they saw an old man with a sage-like demeanor. "I'm the main god, Taiyin. Congratulations on successfully coming to my secret. This is the only reward for this Christmas special dungeon instance." The sage-like old man slowly blew a breath, and a gift box was sent to Qian Xiu's hand. As soon as the gift was delivered, the guy named the main god, Taiyin, disappeared. The surroundings were restored to its original state again. The boss corpse was still lying on the ground. "What is this?" Thousand Delicate Feathers asked curiously. After Qian Xiu opened the box and looked at it, his expression became weird. "This is a synthetic blueprint. Is it a weapon?" "It's useless." Thousand Delicate Feathers didn't care much. "No." Qian Xiu looked at Thousand Delicate Feathers, took a deep breath, and said, "It can be synthesized as a growth-type humanoid pet, using my data and yours to make the adjustment." Wow! 1,000 delicate feathers jumped up in joy. She looked at the introduction of this blueprint. From infancy to childhood, all the way to growth. This might be her and Qian Xiu's child here. The gifts were scattered one by one. Luocio stood up at this time and walked toward the crowd, looking for Yu Yi, Ren Xiling, and the others. Luocio didn't specifically use his ability to find them. He just relied on his intuition. He finally found them in front of the snack stall. Ren Xiling and Li Zi were eating the cotton candy they just bought. The servant girl had already seen her master, so she gave her a smile. Suddenly, Li Zi frowned, and then looked up at the sky in surprise. She showed a puzzled expression and muttered to herself, "It shouldn't be. What shouldn't be?" Ren Xiling saw Luocio, but she was angry that this guy got separated halfway. So she ignored him and looked at Li Zi. Li Zi stretched out her hand at this time. A snow-white spot slowly fell in her palm, and then melted into a shallow water stain. "It shouldn't be snowing." Snow. Ren Xiling looked at the night sky in surprise. Under the lights of the square, snow-white and flawless spots were falling from above at this time. "It's really snowing. Did the square spend a lot of money tonight? They even made artificial snow?" The people in the square began to marvel at the snow-white at this moment. They also thought that this was a surprise made by the square activities. But anyway, it was really beautiful, because it was snow in the south. What they didn't know was that this city did have a light snow. The snow was scattered. This was a gift from the boss to the will of the Earth Meridian, who was willing to protect this city. It rarely snowed in the south. Naturally, it had never seen such a scenery before. Chapter 759. Putting her finger into the jar filled with osmanthus honey, Butterfly Monster Luo Dance put her finger into her mouth, sucking it carefully with a satisfied expression. She felt that the osmanthus honey's taste was a little special, and it gave her a warm feeling. It reminded her of the smile of the uncle and aunt in the bun shop. Maybe this was the taste of happiness. She suddenly felt a little reluctant to finish the jar of osmanthus honey in one go. But Butterfly Monster still tasted 4 fingers in succession, and then warned herself that she would taste the last one. So, when she tasted the 8th finger, she reluctantly closed the lid of the jar and began to lick the remaining sweetness from her finger, letting out a long breath of satisfaction. Luo Dance calmed down, and then remembered Su Zijuan. She remembered that she accompanied Sister Zijuan here to repair the seal of the underground ley line, and then Sister Zijuan gave her something to eat, and then she seemed to fall asleep. Luo Dance looked back at the big cocoon she had just climbed out of, blinking her eyes. She remembered that when she evolved for the first time, she also formed a similar big cocoon. But according to her knowledge, she should only form a cocoon once in her life. Not only that, the monster power in her body seemed to be much stronger. Butterfly Monster, who didn't understand what had happened to her, quickly thought of Su Zijuan and planned to go back and ask her about the situation. But when she stood up, she found that her body was cold. It turned out that she was naked. This was nothing. After all, Monster Race was born to exist in nature with their own bodies. But she had been in human society for some time and learned some etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame of the human world. She knew that it was inappropriate to appear in front of people like this, especially in front of the opposite sex. Luo Dance subconsciously recalled that when she completed the first evolution in her life, when she broke the new big cocoon and opened her eyes for the first time, she saw Boss Luocio, and her heart slightly jumped. Oh, she couldn't go out casually like this. Luo Dance covered her face at once. She felt that it was a little hot. However, this subconscious action caused the jar of honey in his hand to fall to the ground. This scared Luo Dance, and she hurriedly stretched out her hands to catch it. She finally caught it, even though she was kneeling on the ground with her buttocks sticking up in a very indescribable posture. But at least she caught the jar at the moment when it was about to touch the ground. Otherwise, it would be too sinful to let the sweet osmanthus honey spill all over the ground. In this case, Luo Dance felt that even her late mother would not forgive her. Good, good. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest slightly. Luo Dance found that she seemed to be a little bit wrong. She looked down at her body and blinked. Then, her hands subconsciously moved toward her chest. A heavy feeling spread in her palms. Luo Dance subconsciously held it a few more times, looking at the ripples on the body part in front of her chest like water. Ah, how did it become so big? Now it was even more difficult to leave this place. Luo Dance felt that she had encountered a great problem and couldn't help but frown. At this time, the gift box that originally contained the osmanthus honey suddenly scattered, and then quietly turned into a cloud of light mist. In the absence of wind, it slowly attached to the body of the little butterfly monster, gradually taking shape and finally turned into a pink dress. And the colorful ribbon that originally wrapped the box gradually became bigger, and finally wrapped around Luo Dance's waist, turning into a belt, tightening the slightly loose dress. Luo Dance's mouth slightly opened. She didn't think that the box had such a function. She immediately lifted the dress and then spun it briskly. The lotus leaf-like dress scattered in the rotation, and then her snow-white calves were quietly exposed. Sister Zijuan is so thoughtful. Luo Dance smiled lightly. In this way, she could safely go back to the hospital without being afraid of being seen by human beings. The little butterfly monster naturally remembered the way out of the cave. When she just came out of the water, she saw that the sky was dark. It turned out that it was already night. She was anxious to go back to the hospital, so she directly opened her butterfly wings. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. What surprised Luo Dance was that her butterfly wings had completely changed their appearance. They were as thin as cicada's wings, and at the same time emitted a golden and silver glimmer. She just opened these 3 pairs of wings, and then her body was out of control and instantly flew to the sky. This speed was far beyond the past. In the blink of an eye, she rose to an incredible height above the clouds. The temperature here was much higher than that of the underground. Luo Dance felt a trace of coldness, but her body now steadily stopped above the clouds. Above them, a crescent moon hung high in the sky, emitting a bright white light. She was above the clouds, gazing at the stars in the night sky, like a fairy who had left behind the world. She didn't know why she came to this troubled world. However, a huge black shadow suddenly rushed from the distance, and a loud noise made the little butterfly monster wake up instantly. In front of her was the great masterpiece of the human world, an airliner. The huge plane, at this time on a fixed route, didn't seem to find the existence of such a pure elf in the night sky, and very ruthlessly crashed into her. Luo Dance was shocked, and suddenly let her body sink. The plane flew over her head very quickly, and the loud noise made her ears a little painful. At the same time, the airflow from the plane blew her far away. She was still not very familiar with the new wings. Luo Dance was scared and her face turned pale. She felt that the late Grandpa Tree Monster was right. There were too many dangers in the human world. She took a deep breath, held the honey jar with both hands, and broke through the clouds again, falling down to the city below. Once again, she entered the mortal world. Just now, was there a light shadow passing by? In the business class of the plane, a man who looked like a businessman asked his companion beside him. None of his companions saw it. Maybe they were dazzled. At this time, the stewardess of the plane opened the curtain, walked into the business class, and warmly greeted every passenger. "Hello, sir. Now the indoor temperature is 23 degrees, and the flight time is 2 hours and 35 minutes. Give me some water." In the last row of the business class, in the seat near the window, Wang Yuechuan looked at the gradually smaller city outside the window and said directly without looking back, which was a kind of response, After the stewardess brought the water, he straightened the collar of his coat and at the same time wrapped his clothes, lowered his head and closed his eyes. The road ahead was unknown. This Christmas snow didn't last long. The falling snow quickly turned into droplets of water in the city. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. It was like a dream. People would never forget that there had been such a white Christmas Eve in the South. Before midnight, Li Zi parted with Rin Xiling in front of the square. She trotted ahead, and then, at the end of the road, she turned around, raised her arm and waved, and finally disappeared at the corner. At this time, Ren Xiling looked at Luocio and said, she didn't know why, every time she saw Li Zi disappear at the corner of the road, she felt a kind of heartache, as if she would never be seen again after this time. She said that Li Zi was really lonely. She came to this city alone without any relatives. Maybe there is already one. Luocio said casually, no matter it was the one in his hand, Yu Yi or Rin Xiling's necklace. The crystals inlaid in them were actually tears. Ice's tears. It was not easy for the indifferent ice to shed tears, but once it was shed it would be heartache. Rin Xiling lowered her head and played with the necklace on her neck. She liked this necklace, so after Li Zi gave it to her, she immediately put it on. Yes, she smiled. At this time, only she, Luocio, and Yu Yi were left. Auntie Rin took a deep breath at this time, quietly pulled Luocio to a corner, and then looked around mysteriously. Finally, she quickly stuffed a hard card in Boss Luo's hand and hurriedly turned around and left, saying that she could go back alone. And it didn't matter if Luocio didn't come back tonight. Her speed was so fast that Luocio had no room to speak. Luocio looked at the hard card in his hand and turned it over to look. The name of a hotel was written on it, and this hotel was obviously one of the most expensive in this city. So this hard card was actually the hotel room key. She is really generous. Luocio smiled slightly. He closed his eyes and could imagine Rin Xiling's painful look when she paid for the room. Luocio naturally couldn't really go to the hotel suite, but if he didn't check in, Ren Xiling would inevitably nag him. So he just went through a simple check-in procedure. After entering the room, he directly returned to the club from the hotel suite. He came to the room on the 3rd floor of the club alone. The 3rd gold and silver card that he got in Yan Weiwei's world was now suspended above his palm. It was not the first time that Luocio saw another form of the altar. Before this, he had successfully embedded 2 gold and silver cards in the 2nd form of the hidden altar. Without any hesitation, Luocio let the gold and silver card fly into the pillar that extended from the altar. The 3rd gold and silver card suddenly shone, and then directly sank into a groove on the pillar. When the gold and silver card was embedded for the first time, the 2nd form of the altar projected a gray-white earth in front of Luocio. Later, the former boss asked Erex to send the 2nd gold and silver card. After Luocio embedded it, there were no new changes here, but Luocio directly skipped a stage of accumulation and opened the critical door. As a club boss, his ability directly improved to an incredible level. From the 2nd gold and silver card sinking into the ground, to the spiritual ascension on the island during the Golden Week, Luocio completely completed a kind of transformation that even he himself couldn't explain. At this time, when the 3rd gold and silver card was embedded, Luocio felt completely different. The altar in front of him seemed to come alive in an instant. In the past, the communication between him and the altar had always been on a spiritual level. The feeling that the altar gave him was that it was lifeless, as if it had been designed beforehand. In order to make himself feel relaxed, Luocio had tried his best to imagine the voice of the altar, but after all, it was only his own imagination. The altar still had no emotional fluctuation, as if it was a dead object. But at this moment, this feeling of coming alive made Luocio feel very strange. He was about to carefully distinguish it, but this feeling suddenly faded away. It was as if a person who had fallen asleep had suddenly opened his eyes. However, he had only opened his eyes a little before falling asleep. Once again, He had fallen into a deep sleep, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. But it was alive. This time, it just wants me to confirm that the altar is alive. Luaccio muttered to himself. Although this discovery was very important, it was still far from being a pleasant surprise. Luaccio shook his head. When he was about to restore the altar to its first form, a huge hourglass gradually emerged in front of Luaccio. This hourglass was also the reflection of the altar's second form. It appeared in front of the gray-white earth, and the two were almost opposite each other. Luaccio frowned. This newly projected hourglass was very similar to the hourglass that calculated his lifespan when he first became the club owner. At that time, that hourglass calculated his remaining lifespan, but it was only 30 days. Today, this hourglass still existed. However, it would take a very long time before a small grain of sand would fall from his hourglass, as if it was unwilling to do so. The appearance of the hourglass naturally means to calculate time. Luaccio pondered for a moment and said to himself, "If I continue to collect these gold and silver cards, will the sand in the hourglass start to flow one day? Then, when the sand in this hourglass ran out, what would appear?" "It's time to see the outside world," Luaccio muttered to himself, and the altar's second form began to disappear gradually. After opening the anti-theft door, Sub-Editor still looked like a defeated dog. But Luaccio naturally wouldn't wait for her in the living room. Rein-Zeiling's hands hung down like a zombie, and her feet hooked behind her to close the door. Then she dragged her hollowed-out body back to the room. She didn't take off her clothes, but directly lay on her stomach on the bed. But she felt as if something was pushing against her abdomen, something hard. Rein-Zeiling frowned, turning over her body reluctantly and reaching into the quilt to take out a rectangular box. There was a sticky note on it which read, "Merry Christmas." This was Luaccio's handwriting. Rein-Zeiling was stunned and muttered, "Forget it, brat. Don't forget me after you have a wife." "Wait, the shape of this box. Is there anything strange in it?" Rein-Zeiling suddenly shuddered and quickly opened it violently. She opened a thick, long, and round thing. It was just a thermos bottle for drinking water, but it was convenient to put in the storage compartment of the car. Rein-Zeiling looked at this thermos bottle and suddenly burst into laughter. Then she fell asleep with this cheap thing in her arms. It seemed that the festive decorations in the club's lobby were wasted. The boss and Miss Servant Girl weren't there for the whole night. Luaccio walked all the way up from the third floor of the basement. When he appeared at the entrance of the lobby, Miss Servant Girl, who was sitting on the chair, opened her eyes and was about to get up. But Luaccio waved his hand at this time, indicating that ye didn't need to stand up. Miss Servant Girl showed a puzzled look. Luaccio didn't explain, but just looked at the decorations around the lobby. "It feels a bit wasteful." Ye said softly, "Considering the time zone, Christmas Eve hasn't passed yet." "That's right." Luaccio smiled and suddenly snapped his fingers. The gramophone, quietly placed in the corner of the lobby, was automatically turned on at this time. A vinyl disc flew into the gramophone and then slowly rotated under the stylus like a black whirlpool. The music that seemed to come from a distant time and space began to sound. It was the tune of a fantasy movie about a ring many years ago. May it be. May the stars twinkle in the night sky. Endless starlight guides your journey forward. May the curtain of darkness fall. Evil things stay away from your holy heart. Shouldn't it play Amazing Grace ? Ye blinked and asked curiously. Luaccio walked towards her. He came to you, gently holding her hand. "You are my grace." Luaccio kissed Ye's hand gently and then whispered, "My, eh?" Chapter 760. Hiruxin Suzuki had just passed his 22nd birthday and had successfully graduated from a well-known university abroad. In the Suzuki family, which was full of violent elements, Hiruxin Suzuki, who was bookish, seemed so out of place. However, Hiruxin Suzuki was not treated badly in the Suzuki family. Instead, he was more and more valued by his father, Yuichi Suzuki. The world was different. The old Yuichi Suzuki knew that the foundation he had grasped could no longer be protected by his fists alone. He understood that the future of the Suzuki family needed a talent with real knowledge and a long-term vision. As the CEO of the company, Hiroxin Suzuki began to increase the profits of the Suzuki family's businesses in just a few months. Such an outstanding son of the Suzuki family was really hard to find fault with. Therefore, there were even rumors outside that Yuichi Suzuki even had the intention of letting Hiroxin Suzuki take over Suzuki Kai. Suzuki Kai was the foundation of the Suzuki Consortium. In some industries, the giant Suzuki Consortium was actually just a source of income to support the larger Suzuki Kai. There was no special country that could breed a special, dynamic social organization like Suzuki Kai. Some people believed that if Hiroxin Suzuki could take the helm, Suzuki Kai would definitely go further. After all, the achievements of Chuanshin were obvious to all. But naturally, some people were sad. For example, Hiroxin Suzuki's brother, Natsuya Suzuki's AIDS. If there were no accidents, the eldest son, Natsuya Suzuki, would inherit Suzuki Kai. Speaking of Natsuya Suzuki, he was the pride of Suzuki Kai. Some people even called him the strongest man in Suzuki Kai. He was a person who made the whole Kanto region tremble in fear. He had always been known for his ruthlessness. It's just that God's fairness lies in the fact that it gave Suzuki a strong body and ruthless overlord aptitude, but it didn't quietly enhance his wisdom. Therefore, the strongest man in Suzuki Kai also had another nickname, the Idiot of Suzuki Kai. Why? The following were Natsuya Suzuki's achievements. In a deal that was almost agreed upon, Natsuya Suzuki, as the person in charge, was late for the meeting and failed because he overslept. In an important meeting about an alliance with a friendly force, he entered the wrong door and barged into the negotiation venue. He even mistook someone else for someone else. In the end, he inexplicably fought with a third party. Not only did the alliance fail, but he also made a new enemy for Suzuki Kai. He mistook an official's wife for a prostitute in a brothel and seduced her. Later, the official's wife said that she wanted to elope for love. He sold a batch of important goods at a low price. He bought a large amount of meat and planned to stockpile it, but found that it was expired products. He chopped the wrong senator's son. He could not graduate from high school for 10 years. Hiroxin Suzuki had just returned from the company. As soon as he returned to Suzuki's house, several servants in the house hurriedly came out to greet him. Hiroxin Suzuki had a handsome appearance. This was mostly because he inherited the genes of his mother, who was once a very famous movie star. Young Master Chuanshin, do you want to take a bath or eat first? Where's father? Hiroxin Suzuki smiled slightly. He was also gentle towards the servants. Master and young Master Sha went to a banquet, so they won't be back for dinner tonight, the servant replied very respectfully. Oh, is that so? Whose banquet is it? Chuanshin casually nodded and asked in a seemingly casual manner. It seems to be Mr. Sato's family banquet. The Mr. Sato, mentioned by the servant, was a highly respected old man in the Kanto region. He had a great influence on many things. Hiroxin Suzuki suddenly said, I want to take a bath first. When I'm hungry, I'll ask you to prepare the food. Okay. The servant watched Hiroxin Suzuki go up the stairs and muttered in a low voice, Ah, young Master Chuanshin is so outstanding. It would be great if Master brought him over. There's no other way. After all, young Master Shaya is the orthodox one, and young Master Chuanshin is Shu. After returning to the room, Hiroxin Suzuki didn't really take a bath. Instead, he sat on the chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and sat down tiredly. He seemed a little irritated as he loosened his tie and poured himself a glass of water. He drank it all in one gulp, and the heavy feeling in his chest subsided a little. With Sato's status, if we can get his support, it will be much easier for eldest brother to inherit the Suzuki Kai. I heard that Sato's woman is very beautiful. If we can get married, we can take advantage of Sato's power and connections to reach the sky in one step. Haruxin Suzuki sneered and said faintly, "This is a good opportunity. Naturally, we should leave the eldest son. As for me, I'm still working overtime. I don't know anything. Father is really biased." Haruxin Suzuki suddenly waved his hand and pushed the tea table next to him to the ground to release the anger in his heart. But soon, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He wouldn't show it. He wouldn't show his resentment and dissatisfaction in front of anyone. At this time, Haruxin Suzuki seemed to hear something. It was a sound that seemed to appear in his ears. But there was no source of this sound in the room. Hiss, 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 hiss. It was near and far, like the sound of a horrible thing. Haruxin Suzuki's heart beat violently at this time. He seemed to hear the call of himself from this strange sound. At this moment, Haruxin Suzuki only had one thought: to find the owner of this sound. He opened the door of the room and slowly walked towards the depths of Suzuki's mansion with a blank expression. On the way, Haruxin Suzuki didn't meet the servants of Suzuki's family. This was because in the depths of the mansion, there are some places where servants were forbidden from entering. The meeting place of the Suzuki Kai, Yuichi Suzuki's study, the place where the Suzuki's family kept their valuables. The treasure room. Haruxin Suzuki was now standing in front of the treasure room of the Suzuki's family. Here, only Yuichi Suzuki had the key to open the door. As for the key, it had always been hidden by Suzuki Yuichi. But at this time, the door of the treasure room was strangely opened. Haruxin Suzuki slowly opened the door of the treasure room and walked in. Who is calling me? Haruxin Suzuki's eyes gradually became dim, and his voice became weaker and weaker. He found that his thinking suddenly became very slow. In fact, from the moment he heard this strange sound, his thinking began to slow down. Hiss, 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 hiss. Now his thinking seemed to have completely stopped. He couldn't think about anything, even if what he saw at this time was something that should have frightened him, a strange and ferocious purple snake. The purple snake was now coiled on the table in the treasure room. Its head was upright, and it was sticking out its black snake tongue at Haruxin Suzuki. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the little purple snake suddenly jumped out from the table. At this time, Haruxin Suzuki opened his mouth. The purple snake directly entered Haruxin Suzuki's body from his mouth without any resistance. In an instant, Haruxin Suzuki's face became extremely painful. But strangely, he didn't make any movement. His eyes began to turn white, and the pain made his whole face completely distort at this moment. Finally, Haruxin Suzuki's whole body fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Not long after, Haruxin Suzuki stood up from the ground again. His expression had already returned to normal, but there was a flash of purple light in his eyes, and then it disappeared. Haruxin Suzuki began to move his wrist and other parts of his body, as if to familiarize himself with this body. So weak. I didn't expect that after not returning to the Lord's world for so long, the human body now has become so weak. Haruko Suzuki muttered to himself. At the same time, another cold voice sounded in the treasure room. Hakata, let's talk about a good body later. Now we have to figure out where this place is. I feel that we are very far away from Kelowna. At this time, Haruxin Suzuki chuckled and said, Brother Lianjin, don't worry. My identity as a vessel seems to be good. Also, didn't you notice that when we just escaped, the surroundings are giving us a terrifying pressure? The Lord's world's rejection of us is much stronger than it was a few hundred years ago. Now that I am hiding in this human body, the pressure has lessened by a lot. You have been hiding in Yen Wuyue's world for so many years, so naturally you're not used to it. But I have always been in the Lord's world, so I have long been used to this kind of pressure. Brother Lianzhen, that was also when you had an inheritor and lived in the body of an inheritor, right? Now, I don't think you can deal with it easily. The cold voice suddenly became silent. Haruko Suzuki then said indifferently, "Brother Lianjin, since you and I have already formed an alliance, we should not abandon each other. Don't worry, I will not let you down. Later, I will find a body for you to temporarily live in." After saying that, Haruko Suzuki turned and walked out of the Suzuki family's treasure room and laughed softly. "The Lord's world is now so weak? It seems that the return of my ancestor Hakata this time is also an opportunity." The two who walked out of the Suzuki family's treasure room were the Hakata serpent and Een Greedy Wolf, who had escaped from Yan Wuiwa's world and had miraculously formed some kind of inseparable contract. Chapter 761. Ren Xiling's face was gloomy when she answered the magazine early in the morning. The staff who were familiar with the deputy editor could feel that the temperature of the whole office seemed to drop by 3 degrees after Ren Xiling came back. This situation made many staff begin to guess what happened to Ren Xiling. Aunt Flo, editor, A affirmed. Well, Aunt Flo, editor, B felt it was reasonable. Yes, I guess it's also Aunt Flo. Let's be careful. Scheming Boy reminded the staff. Bang! Sitting in front of her desk in her personal office, Ren Xiling had just taken out a pile of documents from the drawer. Then, she slapped it heavily on the table. Lizzie, who was eating a finger biscuit, blinked her eyes. Of course, her sensitive ears could hear the staff's conversation in the hall outside through the exhaust pipe. Is it really Aunt Flo? Ren Xiling stared at Lizzie fiercely. Lizzie had some guesses in her heart, so she said, "Sister Rin, did Luocio not go to the hotel last night and go straight home?" She knew very well Ren Xiling's persistence to have a grandson. That hotel was originally booked by Ren Xiling with her. No, he didn't come back last night. Ren Xiling was expressionless, but this was a sign before the eruption of a volcano. Lizzie was frightened and said hesitantly, "Isn't that good? He didn't come back last night, so he probably succeeded. Congratulations, Sister Rin. Not only did he not come back last night, but he won't come back for a long time." Ren Xiling's voice was more indifferent. Lizzie knew this was the state before Ren Xiling's anger reached the extreme. She swallowed her saliva subconsciously and didn't stuff food into her mouth for the first time. Why? Ren Xiling suddenly sighed, and her pale face suddenly became worried. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. This brat woke me up with a phone call in the morning. Then I told him that I had something to do and had to accompany ye back to her hometown to deal with it. He wouldn't come back in a short time. If he was in a hurry, he would go directly to the school in England from there. Maybe he won't come back until the summer vacation next year." Lizzie counted with her fingers. "Wow, it's been a long time. No wonder Sister Rin is angry." That's right. Rin Xiling was so angry at this time that she evolved into an unstoppable ant-level disaster. She scolded Luocio to no end. "You say, does this brat still care about me? How can he just leave? He doesn't have any responsibility at all." Lizzie blinked her eyes and suddenly said, "But Sister Ren, Luocio is an adult now, right? He should have the ability to make decisions by himself." Ren Xiling was stunned. She moved her lips as if she wanted to refute something. Lizzie bit off a finger of biscuit. "You can't protect him for a lifetime." "I know." Ren Xiling sighed and said sadly, "Since he told me that he was going to study abroad, I knew that he would come back sooner or later, but I didn't expect. What should I do in the future?" It was so sudden that she didn't prepare for it. Lizzie was very clear about Ren Xiling's feelings for Luocio. She treated him like a son or a younger brother who hadn't grown up yet. How could Ren Xiling accept this sudden change? "Sister Rin, don't worry, I will accompany you." Lizzie showed a bright smile. Ren Xiling suddenly stared at her and said, "Can you wash my clothes? Can you cook for me? Can you buy shampoo and shower gel for me? Can you clean my house?" Lizzie didn't chew the food in her mouth. She suddenly felt sorry for Luocio for 3 seconds and then laughed loudly. "I've decided." Ren Xiling took a deep breath at this time. She slapped the table with both hands and stood up. Lizzie was shocked. I've decided. I want to jump ship. Ren Xiling clenched her fists and her eyes were shining. I want to go abroad too. Yes, I want to be an international reporter. As a reporter, I didn't aim to be a Pulitzer Prize winner. I'm such a failure. Lizzie felt that it was good for Ren Xiling to have such ambition. She asked curiously, Sister Ren, what's your English level? Don't care about these details. Ha. Suddenly, the pet hospital was crowded. In the hospital, at this time, among the overcrowded patients, a beautiful figure was shuttling back and forth like a butterfly. Of course, this figure was indeed a very rare butterfly. Dance, my waist is a little painful. Whoa. Master Weasel will give you a squeeze. How do you feel? Do you feel better? Ouch. My leg. I don't know why my leg is cramping. It's so painful. It's so painful. Little butterfly, let me have a look. Ouch. Ah. Uncle Toad. Wait, I'll come right away. How are you? Cough. Cough. My chest is so painful. It's so painful. It's so painful. Wait, I'll give you a massage right away. So busy. Long Shirwa looked at Luo Dance's busy figure. Didn't this girl know that none of these old fellows who were crying out in pain were actually sick? She couldn't help sighing. So many things happened last night that she forgot to tell Luo Dance that the shop was not open. As usual, Luo Dance woke up early and opened the door of the hospital. No one knew who was waiting for the news that the little butterfly monster nurse, Luo Dance, who had disappeared for a long time, had returned. This news spread like a plague in an instant. Enough! Get out of here. The shop is closed today. Long Shirwa snorted in front of the monsters. At this time, the whole place was quiet. The monsters looked at this small figure and blinked their eyes. A chicken monster directly fell down from the chair at this time. Ouch! Dance, my butt hurts. It's so painful. This was embarrassing. Long Shirwa didn't announce her identity at this time. Some people knew that she was Chichikamaya's disciple and had an unclear relationship with the dragon god. Very few people knew that she was the Shinryu saintess at this time. Only Emo Xiaofei and Luo Dance knew that she was the real Kelowna Shinryu. But her identity on the surface was naturally not enough to hold back these old thugs of the monster world in front of her. Long Shirwa's face was ashen at this time. She held the divine pearl in her hand and began to draw some Shinryu-esque power. She said coldly, "Get out of here. I don't care if you're sick or not." A huge monster power came. This was the real Shinryu-esque power, which had a great impact on thousands of monsters. At this moment, the monsters were all sweating and trembling with fear. "You can't do this to me. I've moved bricks for this hospital. Why don't you let me be treated here? I've added tiles for the construction of this hospital. Little girl, even if you're Chichikamaya's disciple, so what? Let me tell you, the old tortoise has to call me third cousin when he sees me. Humph! Even if Lord Long is here, he won't dare to drive me away like this. How dare you? All the water in this hospital is sent by me. Get out!" Long Shirua suddenly roared, and the power of the true dragon broke out. Like a hot knife through butter, it destroyed all the monsters, making their blood and chi unstable. Their faces were pale and full of horror, and they left the hospital one after another. Long Shirua directly pulled down the gate of the hospital and kicked it fiercely. It seemed that she was still angry. "Sister, Sister Long." Luo Dance called weakly at this time. Looking at Luo Dance's innocent expression, Long Shirua's heart softened. She sighed and said, "Let's continue to close down. I'm not in a good state now. Now, let's talk about it after I have a perfect plan." "Whoa. Okay." Long Shirua looked at Luo Dance again and frowned. She suddenly said, "Girl, can't you change your clothes?" "Why?" Luo Dance asked puzzledly. Long Shirua raised her head and stared at the little butterfly monster's chest. How did she suddenly grow to this extent? This dress was originally made according to Luo Dance's previous size. Now it could be worn, but the position of the chest was a bit too pure and moving. Plus this fatal exposure. No wonder those old guys who had half a foot in the coffin seemed to be injected with chicken blood. It was simply against the rules. Nothing. Long Shirwa sighed. In short, you just need to remember, don't reveal my identity. Remember, don't tell anyone, okay? Luo Dance hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands and nodded seriously. I'll go back to the office. You can clean up here. Long Shirwa waved her hand at this time. Go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities later. It's not convenient for me to go out recently. Luo Dance picked up the broom happily. Long Shirwa shook her head. After glancing at Luo Dance, she returned to her office. This little girl suddenly came back last night. At that time, seeing Luo Dance suddenly appearing in front of her, Long Shirwa was really startled. Not only because some changes had happened to Luo Dance's body, but also some strange changes had happened inside her. Long Shirwa didn't know what Su Zijuan did to Luo Dance before leaving. She just felt that Luo Dance's demon power had improved several levels. However, with her insight, she could see that this kind of improvement was not due to excessive enthusiasm. But this silly girl didn't know that she had changed at this time. She didn't even know that she had slept for several months. Long Shirwa spent most of the night to let this silly girl know what had happened during this time. Long Shirwa's body became small like a human child. She was so sleepy that she fell asleep. She forgot to say that she didn't need to open the shop, so this thing happened early in the morning. She just returned to the door of the office and saw Zixing waiting there. Long Saintess. This young master of the Greedy Wolf tribe was as polite as ever. At this time, she first greeted her and then talked about business. Are you leaving now? Long Shirwa asked in surprise. Your injury? Zixing nodded and said, Zixing originally took my tribe to Mount Tai, but there were many things on the way, so the time was delayed. Now the gathering of Mount Tai is imminent, and Zixing also needs to go to prepare. I really can't stay here. I hope Long Saintess can forgive me. The place where the Greedy Wolf tribe lived was on the plateau. Although it was an unworldly place, after all, it was far away from the central plains. There were many shortages in materials, so it was inevitable that materials from the central plains would be transported. It seemed that the Greedy Wolf tribe planned to win with other demon lineage families in this gathering of Mount Tai. It's nothing. Long Shirwa nodded and said, I will give you some medicine later. Take it on time on the way. It will be good for you. With the medicine made by Long Saintess, we will be able to recover quickly. Zixing said happily, Then I will trouble Long Saintess. It's a piece of cake. A smile appeared on Long Shirwa's face. Zixing was quite decisive. After explaining the purpose of her visit, she immediately left. Long Shirwa felt that this generation's young mistress of Purple Star was quite rare. She did not have the arrogance of the previous generations at all. Perhaps this generation's young mistress of Purple Star could bring the Greedy Wolf tribe out of their predicament. After all, according to the agreement she made with the founding father of this country, the monster race needed to send some powerful monsters to serve in a special institution of the country every once in a while. However, the Greedy Wolf tribe had always refused to do so. There were already many contradictions between the two. I hope this generation's Zixing can ease the tension between the two, she shook her head. Just as she sat down, a phone call came to her. It was a call from Chichi Kamaya. Chichi Kamaya? Why, aren't you already in Mount Tai? Long Shirwa picked up the phone with some surprise, listening to the slightly anxious voice on the other side of Chichi Kamaya. Her brows gradually furrowed. She held a small note in her hand, on which were written all the things she needed to buy. Luo Dance carried 2 big bags with both hands, but she didn't seem to struggle. Well, it seems that I've bought everything. With a smile on her face, she thought about what to do next, but she didn't notice that there were constantly male gazes around her. Luo Dance quickly walked into a bakery, bought some milk and bread, and hurried in the direction of the old town. She often ran back to the old town. There were many stray cats and dogs there. Luo Dance thought that she had slept for a few months. She didn't know if they were hungry during her absence. But when the little butterfly monster came to the open space in the old town, she saw that someone had already arrived before her. At this time, the person was scattering cat and dog food on the ground. Ah! Luo Dance let out a low cry. Hearing this voice, the person who was feeding these stray cats and dogs turned around and smiled at Luo Dance. "Long time no see!" Hello!" Luo Dance's heart slightly jumped. She lowered her head and walked quickly in front of him, the club's boss Luo. What are you doing here?" Luo Dance didn't know what to say, so she asked subconsciously. "Feeding them." Luocho laughed. "Didn't you see?" "Ah, that's right." Luo Dance was a little annoyed by her own question, so she quickly said, "But, boss, shouldn't you be very busy?" "How can you have time?" Luocho smiled. "From today on, this city is closed." Luo Dance was stunned. When she was about to ask, curiously, several stray cats and dogs gathered at her feet and rubbed against her. Luo Dance was delighted. She squatted down and wanted to hold up one of the kittens, but what she didn't expect was that this action, which she usually did, had a different situation today. The moment she squatted down, a button in front of her chest couldn't bear the pressure of this action, so it automatically popped out with a pop sound. Chapter 762. The pearl-colored button didn't have much force. Not to mention that Boss Luo couldn't understand his current state. He wouldn't feel any pain even when he was an ordinary person. After hitting Luo Chio's cheek, the button bounced off from Luo Chio's face. Finally, under the strange gazes of Luo Dance and the boss, the button slowly fell on the thin grass in the open space. Eh? The little butterfly monster felt that she had done something very rude. Her mind was blank at this moment. She had read a lot of magazines about the animal world. She knew that the brain structure of insects was relatively simple. She felt that she must be too simple at this moment. Otherwise, her mind wouldn't be blank. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Don't you want to cover yourself first? Luocho suddenly said. Luo Dance was stunned. Then she looked down at her body. Because the button on her chest had popped off, the scenery inside her clothes had been directly exposed. After waking up this time, her inner clothes became unsuitable because of the increase of her breasts. She couldn't continue to wear them, so in fact it was empty inside. Oh! Luo Dance lowered her head and stretched out her arms to cover the position of her chest. This appearance should be more attractive in the eyes of some people, right? What was it? Lust? Luocho looked at her slightly, but didn't pay too much attention. When the butterfly monster was born for the first time, she came to this new world naked. If she had any thoughts, she should have had them from that time. Wait a minute. Luocho smiled at this time. Luo Dance was stunned again. She didn't know the meaning of this sentence. But after a few seconds, Luo Dance understood that the so-called wait a minute was actually waiting for someone to appear. Master, Miss Dance. It was Miss Servant Girl of the club. Luo Dance vaguely felt that this big sister of the club, who was more beautiful than Sister Long and Sister Zijuan, seemed to have the ability to come to Boss Luo anytime and anywhere. This quiet big sister and Boss Luo were like the yin and yang magnets, never to be separated. Luo Dance suddenly had an idea. If she had this ability, would she be able to see the boss at any time? But at the same time, she felt that she was just a stupid and useless girl to her boss. Put this on first. Yi covered Luo Dance with a delicate blanket. Luo Dance realized that when the maid appeared, there was a folded blanket in her hand. In addition, Yi was holding an exquisite sewing kit in her hand. Luocho picked up the button on the ground and handed it to Yi. He smiled and said, "Fix it." "All right." Yi Yi directly took it, then held the little butterfly's arm and pulled her up. She chuckled. Let's go over there. She pointed to a spot under a tree beside the empty field. How could Luo Dance say anything at this time? She felt like an ignorant, ugly duckling in front of the boss and the maid. She could only let the maid lead her and do whatever she wanted. Luocio didn't follow them. Instead, he opened a box of cat food and scattered it on the ground. He seemed to be in a good mood. Can you take off your clothes? Just as she sat down under the tree, the maid took out a checkered picnic cloth and spread it on the ground. Ah! The little butterfly blinked her eyes. Yu Yi smiled and said, "It's more convenient when you fix it." Luo Dance nodded. Her hands began to fumble under the blanket, unbuttoning the rest of the buttons one by one. She felt liberated and her breath seemed to be smoother. When she went out today, she felt that the clothes were indeed smaller, which was very uncomfortable. After a while, she finally took off the clothes through the blanket and handed them out from under the blanket. Yi didn't say anything and took the clothes directly. Then she took out the needle and thread from the sewing bag and began to sew the clothes. Luo Dance suddenly remembered that she got drunk last time and vomited in front of Boss Luo. Although she couldn't control it and didn't know it at that time, she still felt guilty. Was it the same this time? It seems that I've always caused trouble to you and Boss Luo. Luo Dance felt that she should apologize. In retrospect, it's actually a very interesting incident. Yu Yi said softly, "Interesting." Luo Dance was puzzled. Wouldn't this kind of thing only make people embarrassed? Miss Maid suddenly said, "Master, he likes you very much." Like? Luo Dance widened her eyes. The Andy in the bun shop said that if you like someone, you should say it out loud, bravely. Miss Maid turned her eyes and looked at Boss Luo, who was feeding the cats and dogs in front of her. She smiled slyly, which made Luo Dance confused again. I. Luo Dance didn't know how to continue this topic. She only felt that her brain began to become blank again and even had a feeling of dizziness. "Master, he likes all the customers," Miss Maid said again at this time. Luo Dance suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but she also felt a strange sense of loss. She felt not only relaxed, but also empty in her heart. Then she became silent. The topic was suddenly interrupted here. Luo Dance looked at Miss Maid, who was skillfully doing the sewing work, while she looked at the cats and dogs in front of her. She suddenly smiled and said, "Little Black and Little White also like Boss Luo very much." Yu Yi said non-committally, "Probably because they are hungry. Master will come here to feed them when he is free." Luo Dance blinked and showed a puzzled expression. She remembered that her boss had come to this place before. Could it be that after that her boss often came here? "Miss Dance, you are not free for some time, right?" Yu Yi said again, I'm sorry to trouble Boss Luo again." Luo Dance suddenly felt guilty. Yu Yi shook her head and looked at the cats and dogs. She said softly, "They are wandering and don't belong to anyone. There is an old lady in the apartment next to us. Every night she will bring some leftovers." "Ah, I know. I have met that old lady several times. Once, he even treated me to handmade candy. It was delicious." Little Butterfly's face had a smile, and her embarrassed expression naturally faded. "Well, try it on." Yi put the clothes in front of Luo Dance and said, "I took some of the clothes off the chest. Now it should not be too tight. It will be more convenient." Luo Dance put on the clothes with the blanket again. This time, the feeling of being tied to the chest was much less. "Really? Thank you, big sister." She really admired this big sister. She was simply a synonym for omnipotence. How could there be such a perfect person in the world? After putting on the clothes again, Luo Dance returned the blanket to you, and quickly stood up again. Miss Maid cleaned up the plaid clothes on the ground and said, "Then I will go back first. Miss Dance, you can continue to talk with Master." "Ah, go back?" "Yes," Yu Yi said casually, because the shop needs to be cleaned up so that it is convenient to move. It is not suitable to greet customers at this time. Otherwise, I will not mend your clothes here. I'm really sorry that I didn't invite you to the shop." Luo Dance quickly waved her hands. Yu went to Luocio and said something. Then she disappeared directly. Luocio stood up at this time and clapped his hands casually to get rid of the residue of the cat food. Luo Dance quickly came over at this time and blurted out, "Boss, are you really leaving?" Luocio nodded and said, "I plan to change the environment." Luo Dance didn't know what to think. She just had an impulse that she couldn't explain, so she subconsciously said, "But isn't it good here?" "It's great here." Luocio shook his head. Luo Dance was even more puzzled. Luocio suddenly reached out at this time and found a long and narrow leaf in Luo Dance's hair. It should be from when she sat under the tree just now. Luo Dance suddenly became depressed and hesitated. "Will you come back?" "I don't know." Luocio shook his head and suddenly said, "But I will definitely come back." Did he mean that he would come back by himself and not with the shop? Luo Dance suddenly had a kind of understanding. "That's it." Luocio smiled at this time. "You've been out for too long. Miss Long will be worried about you." Luo Dance looked at the time and her face slightly changed. "Really, it's this time. Oh no, it's too late to cook. I have to go back." With this, she quickly nodded to Luocio and then hurriedly ran out of this place. Luocio saw that she was completely out of the shop, but the next second he saw her trotting back again. He saw that she dug in the bag and then took out a big bag of candy. "This is for you and Big Sister, although it's not much." Thank you." Luocio didn't take the whole bag of candy, but just picked out 2 from it. Although the boss didn't accept the whole bag, Luo Dance still smiled. She glanced at the cats and dogs around, waved her hand, and hurried away again. When she finally walked out, she turned back and said loudly, "Next time when you come back, let's feed them together, okay?" Luocio smiled and nodded. Luo Dance then really left. At this time, Luocio picked up the empty food boxes for cats and dogs. Naturally, the boss wouldn't do such things as littering. But these stray cats and dogs raised their heads pitifully and looked at Boss Luo. Luocio thought for a moment and said indifferently, "Come at this time in the future. There will be food." It was not difficult for the boss to set a fixed time for food to appear here and let them eat at this time. The cats and dogs left reluctantly. After the 3rd gold and silver card was embedded in addition to a new projection in the 2nd form of the altar, Luocio also got a new ability, to move the body of the club at will, that is, to relocate the club. The former boss also had this ability, but it was the ability accumulated in the long history of the previous boss. In this way, the gold and silver card seemed to be greatly shortening the time for Luocio to get these things. Luocio didn't know whether this shortening was good or bad, but at least it seemed to be more convenient for now. When he returned to the store, Yu was wearing an apron and carefully packing various kinds of liquor in the cabinet behind the counter in the lobby. There seemed to be a slight vibration when the club was moved. It would be bad if the liquor on the cabinet was broken, although this possibility was almost impossible. But Miss Maid had a very strong obsession with foolproof, so not only the liquor, but also everything here was packed. "You've packed so much?" Luocio sighed. If he did these things by himself, it might take several days, excluding the ability. It should be all done by tonight. Yi came to the boss and poured him a glass of water. "Eat one of your candies." Luocio smiled and opened his palm. 2 candies were lying quietly in his palm. White rabbit creamy candy. At this time, a sharp scream came from upstairs. It was Taeyenzi, he said mournfully, who pulled out the network cable of this old Taoist. "The server is down. How can this old Taoist pretend to be cool?" "Adam, is it you?" The boss and Miss Maid smiled at each other. Luocio thought this smile was really beautiful. He unwrapped the wrapper of the white rabbit creamy candy and sent it to Ye's mouth. He had permanently fixed Ye's taste. Now Miss Maid's body was actually no different from a real human body, except that she couldn't give birth like a living creature. "Let me help you." Lucio rolled up his sleeves and began to pack things. He was used to doing housework at home, so it was natural for him to do these things. Luo Dance hurried back to the pet hospital. When she opened the back door and went in, she saw Long Shura sitting in the empty hall silently. "Sorry, Sister Long, I'm late. I'll cook right away." Luo Dance picked up the apron and put it on while walking upstairs. The kitchen was upstairs. "Girl, come here for a moment." Long Shura suddenly called her. Luo Dance came to Long Shura obediently. "Sister Long, what's wrong? Are you hungry?" "Humph. I'm Kelowna Shinryu. Do you think I'll be hungry?" Long Shirua subconsciously retorted. "Coo." Suddenly, there was a very discordant sound that made the air quiet. It came from Kelowna Shinryu, who claimed that she wouldn't be hungry. "I'll cook right away." Luo Dance's face turned pale. Long Shirua was also desperate. What could she do? At this moment, she could only pretend that she didn't know anything. She coughed twice and looked at the ceiling. "Let's wait for a while. I have something to tell you first. Tonight, you'll prepare for a long trip with me in the middle of the night." "Ah, where?" Chapter 763. Since Emo Xiaofei began to practice in the underground training ground of the pet hospital, Long Shirua gave Emo Xiaofei a key so that he could enter the hospital easily. After Christmas, classes started immediately the next day. Because of the approaching final exam, the school began to make up lessons in private. Emo Xiaofei spent most of his energy on cultivation during this period of time. Although he didn't lag too much in his classes, if he didn't attend, it would be hard for him to explain if the school called his parents. Therefore, he didn't come over for a day. In addition, because he was worried about the class monitor's health, Emo Xiaofei specially observed her for a whole day and 2 nights. Seeing that her complexion gradually recovered, he was relieved. Today, after making up lessons as usual, he came to the pet hospital. Including the Christmas holiday, he had not come here to practice for 3 days. Of course, the time in Yan Weiyue's world was not counted. "No one? Teacher?" Entering from the back of the hospital, Emo Xiaofei saw that the lights were not turned on and there was no sound. He couldn't find Long Shirua here, nor did he see Zixing and the other 2 greedy wolf clan warriors. He couldn't help but feel strange. Emo Xiaofei frowned and directly opened the entrance to the underground training ground. He thought that maybe they had something to do and left temporarily, so he didn't think too much about it. But when he walked into the training ground, he saw a guy who came here earlier than him, Zhuifeng. At this time, Zhuifeng's body kept flashing and moving on the huge training ground. If Emo Xiaofei didn't strengthen his eyesight, he couldn't even catch the landing point of Zhuifeng. At this time, Zhuifeng's body was soaked in sweat. It seemed that he had been here for some time. When Emo Xiaofei came back on Christmas night, he had heard from Long Shirua that Zhuifeng would also join the training. Therefore, he was just surprised and didn't feel strange. "Zhuifeng!" He shouted to the front. Zhuifeng heard him and stopped. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Seeing Emo Xiaofei, he smiled. "Brother, you're here. When I came here, I didn't see anyone, so I came down by myself and did some warm-up exercises." Looking at Zhuifeng's wet clothes, if this was just a warm-up exercise, Emo Xiaofei smiled. This guy, Zhuifeng, seemed to be very hard-working. He couldn't neglect him. Purple Star seems to be gone. Emo Xiaofei suddenly asked curiously. Zhuifeng's face was a little gloomy, but it quickly disappeared. He nodded and said, "I know. She left me a note, saying that she had something important to do and had to leave." Emo Xiaofei pretended to be indifferent and gave an "oh." He sighed inwardly. Probably Zhuifeng's relationship had died before it started. It was probably just a one-sided love. "By the way, I found a letter here. It's for you, big brother." Zhuifeng hurriedly walked to the side. He picked up a white envelope from a sofa. This sofa was Long Shirua's special seat. Now that she was here alone, it seemed a little lonely. Mo Xiaofei took the envelope and opened it. He glanced at it quickly and frowned. This letter didn't explain too much. Long Shirua simply explained a few words. She said that she had something to deal with, so she went out for a few months. During this time, the hospital wouldn't be open. She asked him to clean it when he had time. In addition, she asked him and Juefeng not to fall behind in their cultivation. She had found another guy to watch over him and Juefeng's cultivation. Mo Xiaofei told the contents of the letter to Juefeng. A few months, that will be over soon. Wind-chasing wolf didn't care much about it, although he looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old. His real age was several times that. A few months really didn't feel that long to him. But I don't know who will guide us. I hope it's a powerful guy. If he's too weak, he. Looking at Juefeng clenching his fists and making a ferocious look, Mo Xiaofei couldn't help smiling. This kid was still competitive. But at this moment, Mo Xiaofei's pores all over his body suddenly stood erect. His extraordinary sixth sense made him feel a terrifying danger approaching. He looked up abruptly, only to see a large number of horrible light balls appearing densely above. These light balls were dazzling and were the size of 2 tennis balls. At this moment, these light balls suddenly shot down. The dense light balls flew toward Juefeng and Mo Xiaofei. Mo Xiaofei was shocked. He crossed his hands in front of him and set up a psychic wall in front of him. One of the light balls hit Mo Xiaofei's psychic wall first, and then made a loud noise. Mo Xiaofei felt like he was hit by a car at high speed. It was very difficult to block one light ball, but in front of him there were no less than 100 light balls, and above these light balls, Mo Xiaofei vaguely saw a figure. Juefeng seemed to have noticed the existence of this figure. He snorted coldly and used his lightning speed to dodge all the light balls with the help of the terrain here. He climbed up the wall and then quickly jumped toward the figure. No matter who you are, how dare you sneak attack me, Juefeng? Ha! Bang! Mo Xiaofei couldn't see clearly what had happened. He was busy defending against these powerful light balls. At the same time, he saw Wind-chasing Wolf's body being hit by that figure and smashed hard on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Juefeng. I'm fine. Juefeng climbed up from the pit awkwardly, but the corner of his mouth was overflowing with blood. Juefeng looked at the figure in the sky with a solemn expression and said solemnly, "Brother, be careful. This guy is very powerful." At this moment, the figure slowly landed. Mo Xiaofei finally saw it clearly. It was a guy wearing a coat and a hat. This guy lowered the brim of his hat so low that only his chin could be seen. "Brother, let's deal with him together." With that, Juefeng activated his lightning speed again. Mo Xiaofei looked at the slight tilt of the opponent's chin and suddenly shouted, "Juefeng, stop! This senior is not a bad guy." What? Juefeng stopped his body abruptly. Because it was too fast, a long trace was left on the ground. Mo Xiaofei took a deep breath and said, "Senior, are you the expert that teacher invited to guide us?" "Huh. Expert? Ha ha." When the man in the coat heard it, his tone became weird. "Huh. I like this name. Yes, I'm an expert. Huh. May I ask who you are?" Mo Xiaofei asked cautiously. He instinctively felt that this strange guy was very powerful and very dangerous. "Huh. I'm Sun Shaosheng, who is known as Brother Shaosheng in the martial arts world." This guy took off his hat, revealing a monkey face. The 2 long sideburns were particularly eye-catching. He was the owner of the Elysium Bar, Sun Shaosheng. Sun Shaosheng looked at Mo Xiaofei at this time and said, "You're not bad. You can block my attack." As he said, he looked at Juefeng again. "Your speed is okay, but in my opinion it's still too slow." Sun Shaosheng. Juefeng was shocked at this time. His face was full of awe. Then he lowered his head and became a little cautious. "Juefeng greets Master Sun." In the demon clan, the strong were respected. Sun Shaosheng, as a grand demon, had long been famous. Zhu Feng didn't know how much he had improved after getting the inheritance, but obviously he was far from the Grand Demon's opponent. Otherwise, he would not be easily knocked down by the opponent. It was not that he was afraid of Sun Shaosheng, but he respected the demon clan powerhouse. There was a faint fighting spirit burning in his heart. In the future, he could do it too. Have you seen me? Sun Shaosheng glanced at Zhu Feng curiously. Zhu Feng nodded, then smiled and said, "This kid has sneaked into the bar several times and secretly met you a few times." "Hee-ah. Interesting." Sun Shaosheng blinked his eyes quickly a few times. "Do you think I don't receive underage people? How could you sneak in?" This kid took advantage of the fact that Master Ghost Child happened to be absent several times, so I found the opportunity. Zhu Feng did not hide. Strictly speaking, Ghost Child was not Sun Shaosheng's subordinate. Ghost Child only listened to the orders of Chichi Kamaya. He usually guarded the bar when he had nothing to do, but there were times when he went out under orders, so Sun Shaosheng did not doubt it. "You know how to have fun at such a young age, huh? Ha ha ha. I like you. You don't have to follow the rules when you come to my bar in the future. I will protect you in the future." Sun Shaosheng waved his hand generously. "Also, the drinks are half price. No, free of charge." Sun Shaosheng narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked at Emo Xiaofei. "Human kid, you too!" Emo Xiaofei was dumbfounded. Was this guy here to guide them in their cultivation or to recruit underlings? Sun Shaosheng laughed in his heart at this time. Naturally, he had other ideas. He had a party in the bar last night, and he was having a good time, but he was inexplicably caught by someone. The furious brother Shaosheng was about to launch an attack, but he suddenly saw that the person who caught him was Kelowna, Shinryu Longshiro. He was stunned. It was true that he was belligerent, but he had to pick someone whose level was about the same. It was rumored that he had the ability to fight with Kelowna Shinryu, but only he knew that Kelowna Shinryu was really powerful. Even 5 of him would not be her opponent. Longshiro directly said that she had something to do and asked him to come here to guide the 2 little guys. If this matter was done well, she would consider creating an opportunity for him and Su Zijuan to get along in the future. Brother Shaosheng was so excited when he heard it. Of course, he agreed. Looking at the dumbfounded Emo Xiaofei and the eager Zhu Feng, Sun Shaosheng laughed in his heart at this time. "Huh, that old lady Long actually asked me to come here to teach these 2 little guys. It seems that she thinks highly of them. This old lady loves her face. If I teach these 2 guys well, as the saying goes, people need face and tree bark. If I make any request in the future, it will naturally be difficult to refuse." Thinking that not only could he get the opportunity to be alone with Su Zijuan, but he might even be able to go further with her, Brother Shaosheng's heart was burning. Emo Xiaofei looked at Sun Shaosheng's gaze, and he shuddered all of a sudden. "I always feel that this guy is looking at me with a very strange aggressiveness. Teacher, what is the background of the temporary substitute teacher that you found?" In the Middle East, in a cave in a mountainous area, Su Zijuan slowly opened her eyes, but suddenly shuddered. It was really strange for someone with her strength to shudder. It was just that she was not in Kelowna now. 2 days ago, she was successfully attacked by the guys from the club, so she began to pay attention to the transcendence outside Kelowna. The toxin is suppressed, but it will take a few days to clear it. "I can't stay here for a long time." She regarded this shudder as a possible threat approaching. Now the toxin in her body had not been completely removed. If she encountered any situation, she naturally could not go all out. Getting up, Su Zijuan quickly left this place under the cover of the night. Rio, Brazil, one of the slums of more than 700 people. The area was so dense that it looked like it was piled up with blocks. The distance between many buildings was only an arm's length, and there were even more densely packed areas. The wires in the area were like a spider's web, filling every place that could be seen. They were very low, as if they were within reach. Luacho wore a simple white t-shirt and trousers, coupled with a pair of sneakers without any brand, and walked casually in the slum. 2 days had just passed since Christmas, but because it was in the north and south, the weather in Rio at this time was still sultry. Originally, according to the principle of doing as the Romans do, Boss Luo should wear shorts and slippers, but under the strong request of Miss Maid, the slippers could not be worn in the end. Heat and cold naturally had no effect on Luaccio. He had no special requirements for what he wore, so he just let it be. He still deprived ordinary people of their perception of him, making himself a person with no sense of existence. Luaccio and Miss Maid walked leisurely in the streets of this slum. It wasn't like the rumors said, where even during the day one could see gunshots, murders, and other crimes everywhere in this place. But it might also be because it was still daytime and the evil in the city was still sleeping. Luaccio walked up a high slope and looked into the distance, where the land called Monte Cristo was. At this time, God was opening his hands. It was not known whether he was embracing the city, the people, or something else. Here. Luaccio pointed at a grocery store next to him. Miss Maid looked over curiously. In front of the grocery store, a dark-skinned old woman was sitting in front of the grocery store, dozing off. A few barefooted children wearing only shorts were looking at the snacks on the shelves of the grocery store with shining eyes. Miss Maid nodded at this time. There is a market not far away. It is convenient to buy ingredients. Luaccio smiled. He did not consider buying ingredients. He chose this place casually, but it was in line with Yu Ye's wishes. Luaccio waved his hand, and the space in front of him vibrated quietly. A strange 3-story building appeared out of thin air, replacing the grocery store. The building was old, with a pine door, and the name of the store was written in front of the door, Trafford's Club. Luaccio pushed open the pine door in front of the store and walked in. Chapter 764. Speaking of which, it was the first time for Luo Dance to take such a ride. She felt that human beings really had amazing talents in the field of science and technology. The high-speed train with a speed of more than 250 kilometers per hour was beyond the reach of many monsters. Moreover, such a train could carry at least hundreds of passengers, which was difficult for monsters to do. It was said that there was a giant Kuin Pong in the ancient monster bloodline with unfathomable wings. Perhaps it could carry hundreds of people easily, although Luo Dance felt that the monster race was at a disadvantage. The scenery along the way of the high-speed train had deeply attracted this butterfly monster who was taking the high-speed train for the first time. Long Shirua was actually very rich. Otherwise, she would not have been able to maintain a pet hospital for so long. However, she didn't show off her wealth, so Luo Dance didn't know how extravagant it was for the two of them to book the first-class cabin of the high-speed train. Of course, there were not many first-class cabins. For example, there were only 5 seats in this train. Looking at Luo Dance pressing her hands on the broken window of the train, her face almost touching the glass, and then raising her hips excitedly, Long Shirua suddenly felt lucky that she had booked this place. At first, she didn't like to sit in the same carriage with too many people, so she didn't choose the first-class seat. Now she felt lucky. Fortunately, no one saw Luo Dance like this. Kelowna's Shinryu really didn't know where to put her face. Long Shirua thought that if the stewardess suddenly came in and saw this scene, she would feel very uncomfortable, so she resolutely slapped Luo Dance's buttocks with her palm. Because this body wasn't big, using all of his strength like this wouldn't cause any pain. But with a paw sound, Luo Dance felt a vibration from her buttocks. Like ripples, the vibration spread on the skin of her buttocks, covered by clothes, and disappeared. Luo Dance turned around, looking at Long Shirua confusedly, not knowing why Sister Long just touched her. Long Shirua stared at her fiercely at this time, then said fiercely, "Sit down. I have something to tell you." Luo Dance felt that Sister Long's fierceness was much cuter than that of Sister Su Zijuan. She couldn't help but want to hug Sister Long and rub against her. "Sister Long, what do you want to say?" Looking at Luo Dance, blinking her eyes, She didn't seem to be serious at all. She was afraid that this girl would never learn to be serious. Long Shura sighed and said, "This trip to Mount Tai, we may run into some troublesome matters. It's not convenient for me to make a move right now. So I'm afraid there will be a time when I need you to deal with it. Now that you've returned, your demonic power has increased by quite a bit. You've faintly reached the level of a high-grade demon, but there's still a barrier before you can truly become a high-grade demon. Don't underestimate this obstacle. Its difference is the fundamental difference between high-level monsters and mid-level monsters." Luo Dance blinked her eyes. She didn't understand. Long Shirua's forehead faintly twitched. "In short, I'll help you grow into a high-level monster. You just need to do as I say." This was simple. Luo Dance, who thought she was very obedient, nodded quickly. Long Shirua paused and said seriously, "I'll help you with your cultivation after we get off the high-speed train. Now, I'll tell you the purpose of this trip while we're on the train." Knowing that Sister Long suddenly went out for an urgent matter, Luo Dance listened attentively at this time. Someone found a suspected cave residence of the great Emperor of Dongyu on Mount Tai. Long Shura recalled the content of the phone call Chichikamaya made to her not long ago. Luo Dance had heard of the name of the great Emperor of Dongyu, but only from the deceased Grandpa Tree Monster. At that time, she was young and didn't pay much attention to it. She just knew that it was a mythical figure. The great Emperor of Dongyu, the legendary emperor who manages the souls of the dead. Luo Dance told her limited knowledge. Long Shirua nodded. Yes, the 10 kings of hell and the 18 layers of hell that we often talk about are collectively called the Netherworld. The great Emperor of Dongyu is the only lord of the Netherworld. Now, the Netherworld has been closed for a long time. The reincarnation path of this world has been interrupted long ago. This is extremely abnormal. In the long run, even humanity will die out. This time, the discovery of the cave residence left by the great Emperor of Dong, you may be able to solve the mystery of the Netherworld. Long Shirua was the Shinryu protector of Kelowna. In fact, she had been secretly investigating the mystery of the Netherworld's closure over these years. However, in this world, everyone had their own position. As the Shinryu protector, she was responsible for protecting this world. And the one who managed the souls of the dead was naturally another one. In short, the great Emperor of Dongyu and the Shinryu protector of Kelowna were at the same level in terms of karmic position. Of course, this was only a part of the Taoist theory. This time, Chichikamaya called to inform her of this matter. He also said that the area of Mount Tai was currently in chaos, the end of the world. Some of the big shots in the circle had already felt the world's loathing of the transcendence. They knew that their future was full of troubles and could end at any time. Therefore, when they saw the cave residence of the ancient great emperor, they all took action to fight for it. They hoped to find a trace of opportunity in the cave residence left behind by the great emperor. Now the area of Mount Tai was in chaos. People and demons were at loggerheads. They were constantly probing each other and winning continuously. There was friction from time to time, and this news spread like wildfire. Even some people who left the country because of the war in the early years seemed to have quietly returned. If this matter wasn't controlled well, this country's well-hidden transcendence would be in danger of exposing itself to the world at any time. At that time, even the country's machinery might not be able to seal the news with all its might. However, Long Shirua was very puzzled. The great Emperor of Dongyu was also known as the god of Mount Tai. According to legend, he attained the Tao on Mount Tai. If he did leave a cave residence on Mount Tai, why hadn't anyone discovered the existence of the cave residence over the years? Every 10 years, there would be a Penglai conference on Mount Tai. This time was the discovery of the cave residence of the great Emperor of Dongyu and Penglai. Was there any connection? Long Shirua made many guesses in her heart, but she still had no clue. She looked at the obedient little butterfly monster in front of her. She didn't change much in this trip. Every time she used her power, she could only use it for a few minutes. After that, she needed to rest for a period of time. She was afraid that she could only rely on how much help Luo Dance could give her, but could this girl really do it? At first, she planned to tie Sun Xiaosheng up, but considering Sun Xiaosheng's character of wanting to see the world in chaos, she was afraid that bringing this guy along would only make things more unpredictable. So she gave up. Every big monster, especially the guy who had the qualifications to become the Monster King, which one of them wasn't unique and unruly? Sun Xiaosheng could be suppressed by Long Shirua every time. First, it was because of her identity and strength as the Shinryu, which really suppressed Sun Xiaosheng. Second, it was because Sun Xiaosheng was stubborn and obsessed with Su Zijuan. However, if it was related to that trace of illusory opportunity, it would probably be a completely different story. I must not let Sun Xiaosheng know my current state. Long Shirua secretly became vigilant. During the conversation, the door of the first-class cabin suddenly opened. The stewardess came in with food and asked very politely. Luo Dance blinked her eyes and pointed to her lips. The first thing she asked was, "Is there milk?" This girl really couldn't be nervous. A dock in Hong Kong. The night completely covered the surroundings with black color. Wang Yuechuan alone carried a luggage bag and had been waiting here for more than an hour. According to 18th's order, he came to Hong Kong. After hiding in this place for 2 days, he received 18th's order again. According to the content of the order, he would take the boat of arrangement tonight and sneak into the territory of Thailand. After entering Thailand, he would have a new identity to start the mission. Without any support, and even starting in this way from the beginning, Wang Yuechuan felt that the road ahead was full of difficulties. But because of this, Wang Yuechuan was more and more convinced about the next mission. After all, in his opinion, who would be so bored to use so many forces to send a wanted criminal out and then arrange for him to sneak in? And the international mercenary group that he needed to contact in the future? Moreover, he had already confirmed it with his adoptive father and leader through the phone at the beginning. Wang Yuechuan sighed. At this time, he had lost his original phone number. According to 18th's order, he needed to abandon everything that could prove his identity. Even from the moment he arrived in Hong Kong, he never contacted his adoptive father again. At this time, the sea level in front of him suddenly flashed a few times. Wang Yuechuan knew that it was a secret signal from the smuggler's flashlight. The light source flashed one after another in Morse code, which meant that he could safely board the boat at this time. After a while, a small boat drove to the dock. There was only a man in his 30s. Wang Yuechuan said a few words to the other party. After confirming the identity of both parties, he immediately returned to the fishing boat that was still at sea. "Why are you going to Thailand?" The man driving the boat seemed to ask a question. He used very bad Mandarin, commonly known as Hong Kong Mandarin. Of course, most of the people who were smuggled out by him had committed some crime. He didn't particularly want to know, just because he was curious. Wang Yuechuan didn't say anything. He glanced at the man and closed his eyes. The man didn't blame him. He knew that the man who came up must be in a very bad mood. If not, no one would be willing to leave home. "Do you have a cigarette?" Wang Yuechuan suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the boatman. "Yes." The man casually took out a pack of red Marlboros from a soft box and gave one to Wang Yuechuan. He even lit the cigarette for him. "You smoke too?" "I don't think you smoke." His fingers, his teeth. Naturally, there were no traces of being a smoker. The boatman's eyes were also quite sharp. At this time, Wang Yuechuan said indifferently, "I will smoke in the future." He held the cigarette and took a puff. The spicy taste began to invade his throat, making him feel unusually uncomfortable. He couldn't help but frown. The boatman suddenly realized that this man's frown was actually quite manly. Wang Yuechuan didn't think about the boatman's thoughts at this time. He just began to take a second puff of the cigarette and began to adapt to the spicy taste. At the same time, he began to recall the information about the mercenary group that he would need to contact next. It was called Yoke. On the other hand, Yoke recruited mostly retired soldiers from the elite forces of various countries or war criminals. The scale was not large, and there were always only 99 members. Unless one of the 99 members died, no new members would be recruited. This time, Yoke planned to recruit 2 new members because 2 members died unexpectedly during a mercenary mission. On the dock, a black shadow that completely blended into the night watched the small boat gradually leave at this time. He laughed strangely twice and then disappeared. Naturally, it was Black Soul Envoy 18 from the club. This time, Luochio didn't bring 18 and Taisetsu with him when the club moved. For some unknown reason, Luochio allowed 18 to move freely and gave her the authority to open a critical door. In other words, if 18 wished to go to a place, she could open a critical door in that place. In the future, she could directly pull in investors for the club through the critical door. This place could be the former territory of 18, or she could find another place. It was all up to her preference. There was no time limit for her, and she didn't have to hand in the investor's information card before opening the door. This was a way to take a vacation in disguise. 18 felt that the new master's order to her this time could be described as a reward. It was just that she thought about it for a long time. Logically speaking, she failed once with Zhu Maolin, the investor. It was already fortunate that there was no punishment. Naturally, the reward was unimaginable. However, the authority to open the critical door had been imprinted on her, so 18 had to believe all this. She thought hard for a while, and finally vaguely felt that the new master's reward for her was probably related to her secretly protecting Ron Xiling at the beginning. Since I can find the opening location of the critical door at will, and there is no time limit for me. 18 was in a good mood at this time. Naturally, the first thing she considered was how to raise a magician that she was very optimistic about. So, Sister 18, we are also going to Thailand next. Suddenly, Taisetsu's voice came from behind 18. Hearing this voice, 18's good mood instantly became irritable. She couldn't help but think of the last sentence the boss said before leaving. Taisetsu, I will leave the rest to you. But after all, it was the master's order. It was supreme, so it was not up to 18 to say no. I heard that there are many transvestites in Thailand. TSK, I am also considered going abroad, right? Taisetsu was wearing beach pants and a straw hat at this time, looking completely like a tourist. 18 suddenly criticized in her heart. Master, why do you want me to take this burden with me? Rio, Brazil. The packaged items had been unpacked one by one, and the maid was putting them back to their original positions. Luochio felt that he shouldn't be idle, so he took the initiative to pick up the rag and wipe the windows in front of the club. Behind him was the streets of the slums. Although it was called a street, it was actually a winding staircase. Opposite the grocery store where the club's new address was originally located, there was a barber shop. The distance between the two was less than 3 meters, but this was already a relatively spacious section of the staircase. The boss exhaled at the mirror of the cupboard. After wiping it, he felt satisfied and stopped. He planned to return to the hall, but his gaze shifted, and he suddenly saw a shoe hanging from a nearby telephone pole. He didn't know when it had been hanging there. Luochio remembered that no one had ever hung a shoe before. According to the rules of some places here, hanging a shoe was a signal. There were drugs for sale here, or there would be a drug transaction or something like that. It was said that there were many slums controlled by drug dealers here. Luochio thought that the one he had picked seemed to be one of the drug dealers' territories that even the police had no right to enter. Maybe something interesting will happen. Luochio suddenly had such a thought before entering the door, but this might be an unexpected surprise, right? Originally, he didn't intend to live here for a long time. He just planned to stay here for a short time before the Lunar New Year to figure out some things. Chapter 765. The last time he returned to his hometown, it was because of Grandma Xiaochun's critical illness. In the end, Grandma Xiaochun passed away without regrets. Luoqiu also learned some things about his life from Grandma Xiaochun. His father, Luo Qi, turned out not to be his grandfather's biological son, but an adopted child. Luoqiu didn't know if his father had told anyone about his life. It was even doubtful whether he knew about it himself. However, it did not stop Luoqiu from being curious about his life. The relevant personnel who adopted Luo Qi had now passed away. There were no clues left at that time. Luoqiu wanted to pursue it, but in the end he could only use the altar's magical intelligence ability. The altar at the bottom of the club naturally did not disappoint him. It finally locked on to the location of the person who had the same blood as Luo Qi. It was in South America. That was the country where he landed the club. This was not a journey to find his roots. Luoqiu knew long ago that Luo village was his root. It was also the root of his late father. Luo Qi had never told his son, Luoqiu, anything about his life. He must have made a decision in his heart long ago. Now, Luoqiu's emotions were indifferent. There was only one person in the world that he cared about. For the so-called true relatives of the same origin, he did not see where they were. In his opinion, the composition of family was the accumulation of time. The vagrants on the streets did not know each other and were not related by blood. However, after living together for a long time, they relied on each other and supported each other. After a long time, they probably felt like family and called each other family. What was wrong with that? Luoqiu just wanted to explore the truth. Why was his father, Luo Qi, abandoned? Was it intentional, or was he forced? The altar should be able to give Luoqiu the answer in this regard. But as a son, he had to find the answer himself. There were some things that he had to do, personally, not because of stubbornness, but because it was his obligation as a son. Luoqiu could still feel this obligation. Only then did he feel that there was still a part of him as a human. Yu Yi naturally knew why the boss was here. Miss Maid would support her boss's decision without any hesitation. However, once the club opened, it meant that it needed to open. In that case, neither she nor Luoqiu, as the boss, would be able to control the business. Although there was a way to delay the Black Soul envoys from handing in their patron cards, there was no way to stop the customers who spontaneously walked into the club when they were lost, because this was a part of the future. As the owner, Luoqiu had the authority to suspend the business, but it was not an indefinite suspension. There was also a time limit. In this regard, it was somewhat similar to how employees had a fixed amount of annual leave each year and could use it at will within a year. Suspending business was similar to a kind of vacation for the boss. Luoqiu naturally couldn't use up the suspended business time just to find the truth of the past. Therefore, after choosing a new location for the club, business immediately resumed. What was even more ridiculous was that the time of this relocation was actually within the time limit of the suspension of business. Once again, the altar indicated that it was naturally not a good thing. However, if the main body of the club was here, it could move freely in the city and a large area nearby. Naturally, it would be much more convenient. Who would deliberately suspend business? In the evening, when they had just finished packing up the items in the hall, there was a sudden storm outside. For this harbor city, this was nothing new. Moreover, it was summer now. Because of the arrival of the rain, the heat seemed to have subsided a little. Boss Luo opened the door and took a look. This place was extremely crowded with buildings. The sky was dense with dark clouds, and the ground was heavy with rain. It looked like a place without light. It seems that we should wait until tomorrow to go out. Luoqiu looked back at Yi. Boss Luo was a person who didn't like to go out in the rain, even if the rain couldn't interfere with him. Yu Yi nodded and began to fiddle with the old gramophone in the corner and the vinyl discs in the cabinet. Vinyl discs needed to be regularly maintained. Otherwise, they would be easily worn out and the sound quality would naturally be poor. "Master, what do you want to play?" Yu Yi took out an album. Luoqiu smiled and sat on a rocking chair by the window. He opened a local travel guide and started to read. Miss Maid knew that this was the master's intention to let her make the decision. Her beautiful eyes swept through the vinyl discs and finally picked out a jazz disc. The singer was Javan. Soft music sounded. The exotic male voice made the sudden rain seem less irritating. Luaccio thought for a while and said, "Make some red wine and then match it with some cheese." "Okay." When Miss Maid was about to enter the kitchen, the club's bell in the hall suddenly rang rapidly. Almost at the same time when the bell rang, a flustered figure rushed into the hall. On such a hot day, it was so wet that one could even feel a chill from the other's body. The boss put down the tourist brochure that had just opened a few pages. Miss Maid also stopped and looked at the flustered intruder. The intruder was panting and anxious. As soon as she came in, she quickly closed the door and leaned her body against the door. Then she quickly looked around the club's hall. A wet girl with long brown wavy hair, about 18 or 19 years old. She was a relatively common white person in this country. Maybe she was from the Portuguese country when the country was integrated. She looked outside anxiously, as if she was worried that something would come near her. Luaccio looked outside through the glass of the window and found that on the dark street, several men with flashlights were searching for something in the rain. They didn't find anything, so they continued to search nearby while cursing. But the wet girl strangely found that the men outside didn't seem to find her hiding in the shop. It was strange, but no matter what, she had indeed escaped danger. Thus, she looked at the only man and woman in this place, and after a slight surprise, she revealed a smile that she thought was relaxed. She blinked and said, "Can you let me sit here for a while? Don't worry, I'll pay you." After a short time of being surprised, Luaccio put down the tourist brochure in his hand, stood up, and smiled. "We never charge for entertaining guests here." "Really?" The girl was stunned and looked around again. The interior decoration style of the shop was totally different from the slums outside. She could see that everything here seemed to have a long history. Even if it wasn't, it was still valuable. She once had the opportunity to walk into the manor of a rich man who showed off some valuable things, but it seemed to be incomparable with this place. Of course, it was just her intuition. She didn't have any research on antiques. Even if a really valuable painting was placed in front of her, it was not as practical as a stack of money. In addition, she was more curious about the fact that even if the things here were fake, they must have cost a lot. Was the owner of this shop a fool? How could he show such wealth in such a place? Speaking of which, when did this shop open? She didn't seem to have any impression before. Moreover, this shop seemed to be very rich. It was even more strange that it could be safe and sound. This man looked like an Asian, and this maid seemed to be of mixed race. The girl had a lot of guesses in her mind, but her expression gradually calmed down. It was probably because the threat from the outside world had temporarily left, which made her proud and relaxed. "Oh, really? That's great." Hearing the shop owner's words, the girl found a stool to sit down and began to wring the clothes on her body. Water flowed out of the clothes and slid to the ground, creating a puddle. Only then did she remember that this was not her place, so she looked at Luaccio with some uneasiness. "It's okay." Luaccio shook his head. "Do you need to change your clothes? We can provide it for you." "Is there no charge?" the girl suddenly asked. She seemed to be unexpectedly obsessed with money, but Luaccio still shook his head. However, the girl didn't seem to believe that such a good thing would happen. She felt that this might be a trap. In the slums, there were too many traps. If one was not careful, he or she would fall into it at any time. So she quickly shook her head. "Let's have a drink." Boss Luo didn't mind and ordered the servant girl, "Prepare a drink for this lady." This was in Luaccio's mother tongue, but the girl obviously couldn't understand it and immediately showed a vigilant look. Luaccio glanced at her and said apologetically, "Sorry, I just came here and am not used to your language." "Relax. I just asked her to get you something hot to drink. I think you will need to drink something hot now." The girl was stunned. Just came here? If not for his accent, she would have thought that the shop owner was born and raised here. The girl nodded hesitantly, then looked at Luocio with vigilance and continued to wring the water stains on her clothes. Since he said that he didn't mind, she naturally wouldn't let her clothes get wet. Wasn't that asking for trouble? You are pretending to be generous. Don't blame me. Soon, the young girl brought over a steaming hot drink and placed it in front of the girl. She sniffed and then frowned, feeling that the smell was a bit pungent. The maid whispered at this time, "This is ginger tea. It can drive away the cold. This is a very good drink in my master's hometown." The girl took it but didn't drink it. She just held the warm cup with both hands, purely to warm herself. She still looked outside anxiously. Through the glass of the cupboard, the girl could see that the men outside were now knocking on the doors of the shops. It suddenly became chaotic outside. But what surprised her was that this eye-catching shop seemed to be ignored by the men outside. She clearly saw a man walking past here, but it was as if he couldn't be seen. Why don't they come in? The girl was suddenly a little surprised. She clearly knew the background of the men outside who caught her. Even if this place looked like a place for rich people, it should be more popular. Could it be that the owner of this shop had a background that made the men outside afraid? If there is no need, they won't come in today. The shop owner said directly, "Of course, I'm not sure if they will come in the future. There will always be a time when we need them." The girl frowned. She couldn't understand such words, but it didn't prevent her from interpreting it as the men outside wouldn't come in tonight. As long as she stayed here, she would be safe. She turned her eyes and suddenly said, "Can I stay here for the night?" "Stay here for the night?" Luocio repeated the girl's request. Because the girl came in too suddenly, he didn't have time to introduce the management of the club. "Yes, stay here for the night." The girl stood up. She felt more and more that this young Oriental should have some ability. He wasn't afraid of the men outside, or he should have handed her over at the first moment. To avoid danger? Luocio nodded. "If so, we can't charge you the usual fee. Simply staying here for the night, but as a protection." Naturally, there were two different fees, but the girl seemed to have expected this answer. Before Boss Luo finished his words, she said first, "I don't think you are short of money, so I don't plan to give you money. But I can give you something else, and I promise you will be satisfied." "Oh, really?" Luocio was sure that this girl was quite interesting. Every customer was different. It could be considered as a kind of joy in the boring business negotiations. Luocio smiled and said, "For example, what is it?" "My service." The girl suddenly stood up. Because her clothes were wet from the rain, now they directly stuck to every inch of her skin. This girl had almost no excess fat on her body, and her figure was unusually hot, like a samba girl on the poster. "Service?" Luocio was stunned. "Yes, my service." The girl smiled. "I have some confidence in my appearance, maybe not as good as the one next to you, but I think my skills will be much better than hers. Every single one of my customers would never forget my skills, and they would always point to me. Man, all like me." Very confident. This was the first professional type that Luocio met. "And my ventriloquism is better." The girl suddenly licked her mouth. "I can suck it out in 3 minutes. Chapter 766. As the name implied, sex workers were naturally sex workers. There was no room for further analysis from the text. Of course, because of the country's strange laws, this industry was barely legal. Because, according to the laws of this country, sex and money transactions were legal. However, it was illegal to organize sex activities or be hired as sex workers. The government's unclear laws made it seem like the government neither encouraged nor prohibited it. But now, in this city, and even the country as a whole, there were so many sex workers that it was shocking. Therefore, their existence did indeed bring indescribable benefits to the economy. Luocio was not surprised that he would meet a sex worker here. After all, when a world sports event was held in this city not long ago, there was an influx of sex workers. Conquest had to pay attention to it and even organize training classes for basic etiquette training. But the first guest, who had just finished moving, was a sex worker. Well, how should he put it? This energetic girl's aggressive speech made Boss Luo suddenly have a sign of confusion. He thought about it for a moment. Due to the fact that his life was quite regular, he had never been approached by a sex worker before. He subconsciously observed Yu Yi. This observation was not a simple sight, but another kind of vision on the spiritual level. Yu Yi still maintained a calm smile. Excellent etiquette. This smile was so dreamy that Luochio even felt that it was deliberate and lacked naturalness. Because, as the boss, he was superior to all the employees in the club. So Boss Luo could even feel the fluctuation of the ultimate soul that existed in this puppet. Humanization. Sir, what do you think? It seemed that, seeing Luochio's hesitation, the girl even said more aggressive words. If you think one time is not enough, I can even let you have at least 3 orgasms a night. The maid's eyelids twitched slightly, and the arc of her smile seemed to be slightly bigger. Luochio suddenly thought of Nero. This divine champion named Tyrant also teased him a little at first, but it was more of a prank. Unlike the girl in front of him, she seemed to do this kind of teasing as a job, almost instinctively. Caroline, 19 years old. Birthday on March 18th. Boss Luo said abruptly. He said the girl's name. The girl. Caroline widened her eyes at this time and looked at Luochio. Then she frowned and thought about something in surprise. Finally, she asked in confusion, Sir, have I done business with you before? Her idea was very simple. If this person could call out her name, then he must know her. But she remembered all the people around her who could be called friends. Naturally, it would not be this person in front of her. Then there was only one possibility. He was a customer who had visited her. But when she searched her memory, she couldn't remember doing business with this person. Boss Luo felt that his words could at least slightly correct the current topic. But what he didn't expect was that Caroline's gaze at him at this time made Boss Luo a little confused again. The look in Caroline's eyes, including her question just now, clearly meant, Did you King prostitute me before? Boss Luo was about to speak at this moment, but Miss Maid suddenly moved. She came to Caroline with a very light pace, still smiling. Facing this woman who could make her feel ashamed of her inferiority, Caroline suddenly felt something that was about to disappear from her. She raised her chin slightly. She was very tall, at least half a head taller than Yi, so she looked down at her at this moment. It may be a little uncomfortable, but please bear with it. After all, this is the fastest and most effective way to explain. I don't think you'll mind later. Yi suddenly whispered. Smile, 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 smile. Miss Maid smiled from beginning to end. But Caroline felt a chill all over her body at this time. She didn't know if it was because of the rain, but she felt that her hands and feet were a little cold and even a little stiff. Miss Maid raised her hand at this time, then gently tapped her finger on Caroline's forehead. Caroline felt as if she had experienced an electric shock. The moment her whole body was paralyzed, her brain felt like it was about to explode. A large amount of strange information began to pour into her mind. Her body suddenly twitched, and she had to squat on the ground, trembling. Then she raised her head in horror and looked at the woman standing in front of her. That trace of a smile. Caroline's lips even turned white and trembled, as if she wanted to speak. Her heart began to beat wildly, as uncomfortable as a patient with heart disease after strenuous exercise. At this time, she was reading the extra things in her mind about how the shop she walked in was run. Miss Maid took a look and returned to Luochio's side, whispering, Master, is this okay? Luochio felt that in this context, there should be no possibility of him saying no. He was slightly surprised by Yu Ye's actions. The club had always treated guests with great tolerance. Although this kind of thought implantation technique was sometimes used for convenience, at least there shouldn't be a sequela like Caroline's. However, strictly speaking, this was not a violation. After all, it was also very important for customers to understand the nature of the club. Yu Yi obviously knew where the boundaries were, and she completed such an operation with ease. But, looking at the girl squatting on the ground and twitching, Boss Luo even believed that if it weren't for not wanting to dirty the place, perhaps she would have incontinence. I think Miss Caroline must be hungry. Go and prepare some food, Luocio instructed Miss Maid. But in Caroline's sober eyes at this time, it was clear that this man was covering up for this maid. It was too much of a bully, but at this moment she dared not say anything. The thoughts that were implanted in her mind about the situation of this shop made her extremely frightened. She even understood why the men who were chasing her outside turned a blind eye to this shop. Seeing you, ye turn around and leave. Luocio looked at Caroline, waved his hand, and moved a stool from a distance to her side. Under her horrified gaze again, he slowly said, Miss Caroline, I'm sorry for my previous powerless action. So if you plan to make a deal with us next, I can agree to give you a discount. How about a 9-10 discount? You might as well not give me a discount. Bastard! Too much of a bully.